Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to another edition of A Game Designer Plays here in the lab where we stream the niche games you might have loved if you'd ever played them. I'm your host, CareLevelZero, and tonight, well, with any luck, tonight is the last night of Ace Attorney Investigations. We are deep into the final case, and if I have to run a little bit late to get it done, I think I will do that, because I would like to see this done, put away, and ready for us to move on to the Metaphor demo tomorrow, so that we can have the weekend to basically vote and think about whether or not we want to commit the remainder of my time this year to finishing that. Alright, I've got coffee, I've got tea, I've got the schedule, and I did put Ace Attorney in tomorrow just in case, but we'll see. I mean, maybe we have to do a tiny bit at the beginning if it comes down to it. Hopefully not. And we are on for P3R on Friday with Daimyo as usual. I do not have any Bakari Sweat, I used it all up yesterday. Today is a coffee and tea kind of day, and I'm still a zombie, but I'm a different kind of zombie today. I'm not exhausted, I'm just broken. Let's put it that way. Something getting old, aging reflexes and all that jazz. Oh, come on. You know my reflexes are still good. But, yeah, no, I'm still trying to claw back some of the old days of the show, one way or another. It's difficult, though. Twitch seems kind of down across the board, which is definitely making it more difficult. But, gonna keep fighting a little bit longer on that. I will also point out that the YouTube side of this is already up and running as well. Eric, how's it going? I see you over there. Little brain breaking when I have both streams up and they start out of sync. Oh god, you're fighting Elden Ring, so you can't pause and fix it. Can't pause and fix it. Can't pause and fix it. Sorry. I had to. That's just going to turn into a cacophony on his end. Oh, I had to. You probably already fixed it, though. Let's see. Was there anything else? Oh, actually, yeah. Do pour one out for Phone Wave, my beast of a machine. And I will cannibalize it for backup parts, and otherwise relegate it to the depths. Its time has come and gone, and it has served us well over the years. But all things must come to an end, right? So, let's just roll straight into this, because we've got, well, we got plenty to do, and let's get it done. And we're already just sitting right where we left off. Didn't even touch the PS5 after it, just left it in stasis there. Alright, let me make sure I've got my voice list available, just in case. Alrighty. Well, I mean, it's a lot of dots. Beard coming next. Oh yeah, gotta get the goatee back. Now that I don't have to deal with the babyface garbage anymore, that's coming back very quickly. He is Groot. Huh, wait. Alright, here's the dusty voice. I am Groot. Oh right, we were about to inspect the statue. What we got? A shield, huh? Doesn't seem to be anything unusual about it. I bet it's supposed to mean that the guy is protecting something. I don't think it's supposed to have that deep of a meaning behind it. In that case, what are we wasting time with this for? Let's look at some other area. Fair. We've got the old handprint here. These are Mr. Cochin's fingerprints. The fact that they're on here suggests that this statue once belonged to Babel. So it was smuggled from Babel to Alabast, huh? Why was there a need for them to smuggle it in? This guy kind of looks like the Steel Samurai, don't you think? Maybe it's because they look alike and he was picked to be the Goodwill Ambassador. I suppose that's possible. King Primdex playing SNS Mon, right? I'll take a look at this area around the base of his neck. It looks like a gap. Oh, hey, you're right. Maybe it's meant to be some kind of secret? Well, perhaps it's possible to open the statue from this gap in its construction. What?
Hurry up and open it, Miles.
Alright, here goes. Oh. Oh-ho. Oh-ho. Well. Wow, it really did open up. Hey, what's this thing that fell out? I believe a more thorough examination of it is required. Yeah. That's plates. What is this? Hey, is this what I think it is?
It is a plate for making counterfeit bills.
Somehow it appears that we have at long last arrived at the exit to this complex labyrinth. We finally hold within our hands one of the counterfeit money plates. And the reason why the replica was smuggled into Alabasta to begin with. Alright, the counterfeit plate, found from within the fake Prima Deck statue Alba smuggled into his country. The Prima Deck statue can only be handled by the ambassador or the secretariat, and the replica is nothing more than a hollow shell covered in gold. These two circumstances make the statue the ideal object in which to hide contraband. After receiving the statue containing the counterfeit plate from Sheena, the ambassador had the misfortune of accidentally running into Damask II. Since Koshin gave him the note to steal this thing in the first place, it's clear that he didn't know what was going on. So the guy was really wrong place, wrong time for some of this. Lang was right, the truth was in the middle of the maze. No. The truth is outside the maze. That was what he said. Heard Kochin as Kochin, I know. Every step of the way in this, it's been like, Kochin's a murderer, Kochin's a smuggler, Kochin's a terrible human being. It's just like, oh, man, the next Ereshkigal run's gonna feel really weird. Hey, Les Harley Marie, Maybe Pyro, how's it going? Surprised by the thief, the ambassador raised the replica statue of Damask II, and apparently the old man brained him pretty good. Then, in order to frame the Steel Samurai of the murder, he covered the samurai sword in blood. Well, Ambassador Alba, you're the leader of the smuggling ring? My country is a mess, and it's all because of you?
You're the one who killed Damask II?
Answer us. I can't... I feel like you're just gonna explode. Justice for Kochin, you should run Ereshkigal to clear her name. I don't think we can fit it. Hey, nobody. Hey, Master Alba. Well, he certainly seems to be a piece of work, huh?
I never thought that you would figure things out to this level. However, there's one point I disagree with you on. The head of smuggling ring was Mr. Kochin.
That seems no-ish.
Not so fast!
Quit screwing around. I have no sympathy for someone who would try to pass the guilt onto a dead man. If there's one thing I'm sure of, it's that you're the real ringleader, Carcass Alba.
It's not good to speak with such subjectivity, you know, Agent Lang.
Subjectivity? My conclusion is anything but, and as a result of logic and investigation.
Logic and investigation? Only seconds ago you were ready to arrest Miss Von Karma. I don't think we can give such flip-floppy logic any real weight, do you?
How? Yeah, pretty sure that was his plan the whole time. It looks like you still don't get why I came back.
Excuse me?
You see, the reason I came back is so that I could sink my fangs into your wrinkly old neck. From the very beginning, my real target has been you.
What?
Agent Lang, I demand an explanation.
Yes, he's just a tree. Is the tree the real one, or is the one we're talking to the real one? We may never know. Sorry, sis. I didn't mean to put you through all that. I knew you were innocent from the very beginning.
You did?
I knew that this whole incident had been meticulously planned and prepared for. So naturally, the occupant of this room, Ambassador Alba, seemed the most suspicious. Without the ambassador's permission, we couldn't get in to take another look around.
Ah, so that's why you put on the big show to accuse Francisca of the murder. Using Francisca as the bait, you were able to gain us entry and investigative rights.
Well, if I hadn't done that, I doubt the ambassador would have given the okay to poke around.
So that is what all this was about. Very well, I will forgive you. But in exchange for using me as bait, you will take some responsibility and help us find the truth.
Agent Lang, for giving me such a great opening, I thank you.
You know, I just knew, Mr. Prosecutor, that somehow we were able to find some proof by investigating this room. And you'd be able to figure out the real culprit with your special brand of logic.
The evidence detectives collect combined with the logic of a prosecutor. That's just as it should be in a prosecutor-detective team, right?
I don't know about all that. But one thing I do know is that I'm itching to see that old man get what's coming to him.
Oh, you're quite scary when you ought to be, aren't you?
Hey, you were the one who was planning to use me to push all the guilt onto Sis. But unfortunately for you, you misjudged me.
Agent Lang, I wish for you to stop trying to intimidate me.
I'm trying to decide, is he going to Hulk out? Is he going to be huge? Is he actually ripped under there? Is he faking how old he is? Did anyone search this man for a gun? We have bad luck with those.
All we need right now is evidence and proof. I wonder if you have what is necessary to prove that I am the head of the smuggling ring.
Objection!
Don't be such a sore loser. If you really are the head of the smuggling ring, then you should acknowledge your crimes with dignity.
What if he transforms into Groot? Then I'm running. I've seen what that thing can do.
Dignity? That is nothing more than a fool's insincere display of strength. If you really wish for me to acknowledge my crimes, then I'd like to first see some of this thing you call evidence.
Why does everyone only want evidence when it's inappropriately timed for me?
I tell you, I knew nothing, really. I didn't even know that a counterfeit plate was hidden inside that statue.
You swapped a real statue that vested in your country the authority to rule for a fake. It doesn't make any sense that you didn't know anything.
It doesn't make sense. Why doesn't it make sense?
Please do not pull out the senile defense.
I'm old. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh no. Can you prove that it doesn't make sense?
he's really got us. But what? Honey? He turns the entire situation around against us.
The proof that Interpol has been after which points to this man as the ringleader. And we can somehow find that proof now, then we can see to it that justice is finally served. Is there nothing I can use to break this case wide open? The trump card and the videotape. Well, those two items... we might be able to finally bring this man down. But... the card is evidence from a case that Mr. Faraday hid away in secret. And the tape was stolen by Detective Bad from the police. They're both illegal evidence. No matter what, a protector of the law can't be allowed to use such pieces of evidence. Yeah, but I mean... needless to say... oh goody, we get some Von Karma. We Von Karmas are commanded to achieve nothing but victory, and by any means necessary.
Oh,
way to bring someone like that to justice was to do so outside of the courts.
That is a really cool picture of Callisto U and everyone.
That's what we thought at the time.
I no longer follow the path of Manfred von Karma, and I won't follow the path of the Yatagarasu. This leaves me with what? What creed will I believe in? If I want to pursue the truth, then I will sully my hands in illegality. And if I want to pursue justice, then I will lose the truth. What is the law and what is justice?
We're having a bit of a crisis.
And which path is a prosecutor supposed to follow? That choice is one I must make by my own hand here and now.
Just do it the right way? Haha, womp womp. It sounds like if we really want to stay true to Edgeworth, and the things he has honestly said a lot over the course of this game, we shouldn't. He's made it very clear he does not want to do what the Yatagarasu did, and he does not want to do what Manfred did. So let's see what happens if we say no. Having Crisis of Faith might be a problem if only the writing didn't veer that way every game. Look, Faith is thin, shaky, paper tissue bullshit. It fall apart a lot.
I am a prosecutor and I cannot allow myself to use evidence such as these.
Hey, what's up, J-Fat?
Mr. Edgeworth, if you don't do something, Ambassador Alba's gonna get away with it.
I know, but...
What are you holding back for? The only thing Von Karma should pursue is the perfect proof.
Well, you're biased, honey.
If you really do have what it takes to complete our arguments, since there's absolutely no reason not to use it.
Lying G says, oh, he can read without scrolls after all. The reason people judge people is because people are people. People weren't born to be chained to the law. Laws were born to protect the people. You're the only one here right now who can put this guy out to pasture. And that is the only way a second or a third generation of Zhengfa's people will be born. Can you really still hesitate knowing the fate of a nation rests in your hands? Oh my god, okay, fine.
There is no limit to the law. Any limit that exists was set there by man. When a person goes beyond that limit, then the law too crosses into new territory. For what reason were laws invented? The answer to that is what I must now show. Ambassador Alba, I wonder if you might recognize this?
Oh. I wonder what that card is. I've never seen that before in my life.
It's a directives card used by the leader of the ring to relay instructions to his subordinates.
Oh, is that what it is?
This card was sent to the real culprit behind the KG8 incident 10 years ago.
Yep, which is proof then that Manny is not the head of the ring. Because if so, he would not have received directives.
A man by the name of Mr. Manny Cochin.
Oh, so why do you have such a card in your possession?
Because it was hand-delivered to me by a certain great thief, the Yatagarasu.
The Yatagarasu gave it to you? Don't talk nonsense, and let's be serious, Mr. Edgeworth. Do you have any proof that the card contains directions from the ringleader?
I'll have you know that the card is not the only thing I was given.
What?
I just realized this guy's so old that if he has a meltdown, he might actually just have a heart attack and drop dead.
This contains security footage that was shot just before the start of the KG8 incident.
KG8 incident?
The card and the video. These two pieces of evidence are what will seal your fate.
Oh, very interesting. I must admit, I'm very curious now. Very curious indeed in these case-deciding pieces of evidence you presented. Can you bring them a little closer for me? My eyesight's not so good. Let me just get my lighter.
The prey the Atagarasu has been chasing all this time now stands before me. I can't allow this man who has had free reign for 10 long years to simply walk away. Now is the time for me to bring to fruition the valiant spirit that was given to me.
March 15th, 1:34 a.m., Theatre Neutralis lobby.
So, what is this interesting thing you wanted to show me?
It's handcuffs, Gumshoe, get 'em. Ha, we're in neutral ground now, bitch. Actually, technically, I think this area is not neutral. It's still owned by one of the countries.
The trump card and the videotape. These two pieces of evidence together make for the ultimate hand. And this is where the real meaning behind Detective Bad's words will be realized. Detective Gumshoe?
Yes, sir.
What you see here is security footage shot just before the KG8 murder occurred.
Vamp, thank you for 70 months and welcome back. How are you doing? Wow, almost at just shy of 6 years. How you doing tonight, Vamp? Good to see you. Sounds like good to see everyone who's been taking time to show up for the Ace Attorney games. One of us by choice, by force, or by coffins. Well, we've got a box picked out for you special.
From this footage, we know that the card is a directives card from the smuggling ring.
Oh, keep saving those emotes, Vamp. Rise of 3 possibly on the horizon here. Horizon. That's terrible. Horizon? No. Might be. Oh, well, we get some rest then.
This is the section that proves the card was used to relay an order.
Wait, the fact that the card was used to relay an order? Are we talking about the fact that he's carrying it, or the fact that he's carrying the murder weapon? I feel like either way could work. But I'm pretty sure... Let's go with the card. Horizon. Oh. Look, we have a little bit of a complication in our scheduling. I figure it's either metaphor for the rest of the year, and then I run the risk of having to double-header Atelier games over the next couple seasons to make sure I can do Yumiya, or I skip Rise of 3, which people might not forgive me for entirely, or we come back to it later. I don't know. Otter, thank you for your sacrifice. Chothulu is sated for a few more precious minutes. We need a Chothulu emote, don't we? Animated, preferably. I have so many animated slots to fill. Man, I know Metaphor is going to take me the rest of the year to run, but I kind of just want to do it. Because I like Atlas games. I've been waiting to see what they come up with for this. And, it's popular, but there's going to be a ton of other stuff coming out in the holidays, too, so maybe I can swing it instead. Take that! Still like my Atlas games?
As you can see, Mr. Cochin is holding the card in his right hand.
Yeah, I see. Killer is indeed holding a card with the exact same design on it. That card and the one you have. Because they look the same doesn't mean that they are, does it, Neil?
I think this is where the blood's going to come in.
But there is a very easy way for me to prove that they are, in fact, one and the same. All we have to do is simply take a look at this.
It's either going to be the blood from the victim or the... it's the blood from the victim, right? It's got to be the blood from the victim.
And this dark red blood, yes, this is your proof. Proof that the orders on this card were played out in that terrible tragedy. The blood belonged to the victim of the KG8 incident.
Oh no, sublapsed. I'm surprised it didn't get caught up in one of the many nukes.
With a bit of DNA testing, we can very easily verify that as fact. If you have no objections, then I'd like you to take a look at this next piece of footage. this car that passed by in front of the victim's apartment building, it's an official Canopian government car.
What?
Detective Gumshoe, if you could please magnify the footage.
Zoom and enhance, Gumshoe. Oh my god, he kinda did.
This area of the footage directly links the smuggling ring with Cadopia.
It's... Oh, that's interesting. There's, What is that? So I'm pretty sure what we want, though, is the pocket here, right here. Because it's... I mean... There we go. Card in one, card in the other.
Take that!
I was just curious about what was being reflected there for a moment and whether that had relevance I hadn't considered yet, but it's hard to tell what it even is.
The shape of this pocket and the director's card in it, and it tells us that without a doubt this person in this car is Mr. Kochan.
Yeah, got you there, old man.
The license plate on the car was also captured by the security camera, and with it we can easily find out who was sitting in this car on that day 10 years ago. Which is why I can say with confidence that you were riding in this car on that day.
Yep. Oh, boy. Hey. Hey, oh my god, I'm gonna explode down.
He's gonna blow! I think it's time to drop the old man voice. 'Cause, yeah. Yep. He is Groot. And he needs a new voice. Give him a manly voice. I kind of want to give him my most Russian voice, but we've overused the Russian. We already had it with Sheena. Final boss voice? Let's look at the list. Honestly, I'd give him Satan voice, but I know I'm going to have to do way too much of it. The Russian, more Russian, and the most Russian. Da, we could go for deepest Russian. Time to drop the act, right, Kelsey? Oh, I had a feeling. He's not as ripped as I half expected. No, unfortunately, Dr. Claw would kill me. And so would doing Prinny for as many lines as he likely has. Something sonorous and stately. The Dawn? I mean... Donakuma could work. It's not exactly what I'd call a manly voice exactly, but it is definitely man in charge. I could see doing the Dawn. Hey, Ringsong, how's it going? You got to see it tonight? Donakuma, huh? Let me just double check the voice list here. In case there's anything else that just jumps out. And unfortunately, we've already got Popo in use, otherwise that would have been good for him. Wait, have we done Super Kami Guru? We haven't done Super Kami Guru either. So, Guru or Dawn? Who's he got? Alba and Karma would get along. Well, maybe we can stick them in a cell together and find out. He does look like both. Oh man, but Guru is more stately by default. Dawn, he's the leader of smuggling. This is true. We do have a drill sergeant voice. Alright, let's put it down. Dawn or Sarge? The most alpha voice, Krillin? Oh, yeah, son of a bitch, look at that go. Got you now. What's the Guru sound like? Super Kami Guru, nail. I see a bird. Kick its ass. Dawn works well from the... You're right, though. He is the head of a smuggling ring. Let's roll Dawn. Let's roll Dawn.
You've done well, boy, to make it this far. However, about your claim that I was riding in the car at that time, that is going to be mighty difficult to prove.
And how so?
The Principality of Codopia no longer exists. So naturally, all records from that time period also no longer exist.
You doing these voices entices me to rewatch DBZ Abridged nearly every time. It is too long to watch every day. Oh god, what would you do with all that time? Honestly, I should probably rewatch them some point to brush up on my voices. It's been a little while. I could probably use a refresher.
That arrogance. What he really means is he's already erased all traces of them.
Are we finished here, boy?
Oh, he's sparkly.
The only weapon I have left me now is this piece of footage.
He was just playing with the metal on his chest. So, I wonder, is that what's being reflected? I wasn't paying enough attention to his metal, but I think that could be it.
Take that!
Oh yeah, no, that's totally it.
What the? Ambassador Alba.
Yes, what is it?
You were once an army man in the service of Codopia? And it was you who made the many missions you participated in successes, correct?
How many Ace Attorney games have I played? This is my second full one. I know, I did it a little bit out of order. I did the first, I did this one, but the very first one I ever even played was I did the first case of Spirit of Justice as a preview back when I got it before launch. I've bounced around a little bit. Though I think at this point I own all of them, including Great Ace Attorney. It's just a question of when I'm gonna sit down and play them.
Why the sudden backhanded praises, boy? Although, to be sure, the brilliant medals on my breast were awarded to me during the era of Codopia. But now, I'm the only one who owns this particular medal.
In that case, the only person it could be who was sitting in this car is you.
How do you figure that?
By the medal captured here in this footage. It is clearly the same exact medal as the one on your chest.
Oh my god, his face broke. What?
Vegeta, it's a subscriber.
What on earth just happened? Wow, that is a little creepy. Otter, thank you for 33 months in that Prime Gaming sub. Welcome back. The man's face broke a little bit. We're joking about his age. I know! The Dust voice was appropriate. He is crumbling.
This is how it will be, but I won't look back. For this is the path that I have chosen.
Yeah, it's all good here. You have moved me with your devotion to this case, Mr. Edgeworth.
Why is he taking such an arrogant stance with me?
It is almost looking possible, is it not? For the lot of you to have come this far.
I like how he keeps stroking the beard, but it just splays out everywhere again.
It looks like I just might lose our little game this time.
You might lose the game this time. You don't get another round, Mr. Ambassador.
Is that a fact? Very well. I have decided to confess and admit my guilt.
Shouldn't they have Alba's smugness down with the voice? Thank you. We try. You're going to confess?
And I will accept whatever punishment that may come as a result.
Yeah, no, he's definitely going for diplomatic immunity. There's no way.
What the?
Regarding the Damask II murder, I admit it. I did it out of self-defense.
You're claiming it was justified self-defense?
Damask II attacked me, and I felt that my life was in danger. If I had not done what I did, I might be the one you found dead instead of him.
What a pathetic performance.
I'm not giving you one.
Wow, you two really know how to laugh at inappropriate times.
If you wish to claim it was justified self-defense, then we will need some evidence.
It is always the evidence with you, is it not? But if that is what you require, I will provide it.
Always the evidence with us. You were asking us for the evidence. Bring you back. She needs to laugh too. Just randomly, wherever she is in a holding cell right now, she's just going to burst out laughing and everyone's going to be very confused.
The man left a mark on me when he attacked.
Oh, damn it.
I do not particularly want to show it off, but this is proof that it was in self-defense. I am an old man, and sometimes I do not pay enough attention when I should.
Damask II didn't have a single weapon on his body.
Hold on. It is nothing to get worked up over because I hid the weapon.
You hit it?
I'm sorry, but as you know, a murder is a murder, even if it is in self-defense.
Hey, Nigma, welcome back. Yes, the Treant became the Dawn. We have outed him as the leader of the smuggling ring, and he has outed himself as nowhere near as old and decrepit as he appears to be.
I could not let it become public, seeing as how I am an ambassador. And this is the weapon you seek, my special bonsai trimming shears.
Totally stabbed yourself, didn't you? It's covered in blood.
I was trembling quite badly during our struggle, but then is when he grabbed the shears that were sitting in my office and attacked. So you see, it was an act of self-defense.
Is he right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Since he has both a wound and the weapon that caused it, it is enough to declare it so.
There we go. Ambassador Alba claims it's proof he was stabbed by Damask II, so it was justified defense. No way.
Oh, which reminds me, I guess there is still one more accusation I need to resolve. Smuggling and counterfeiting. Unfortunately, all of that is my secretary's doing. I had no knowledge it was going on.
Who is Alba's secretary? I don't recall. And stop spewing nonsense. You're trying to throw my investigation under the bus in your desperation. If you want to get real honest, everything in this case can be connected to you.
The murder of Damask II was done in self-defense? In my trials, no man escapes his crime alive.
I guess she's big on the death penalty.
Perhaps so, if you were my opponent in court. However, there was one very important fact that I think you may have forgotten.
And what is that? Oh shit.
Oh shit. That's what you mean. Extraterritoriality.
That is right. This embassy sits on what is effectively Alabastian soil. So any trial that is to be held will be held in Alabast. Therefore, the crime I just admitted to will never be tried in your courts.
Agent Lang, what is Interpol's stance on this?
Agents investigate. That's our job. The judgment of people who have confessed to their crime. That's the court's job. Yeah, he's kind of got us in that.
And I have already confessed to all of my crimes, Agent Lang. Furthermore, by the very nature of my position, I have full extraterritorial rights. These rights are effective even on your country's soil. Therefore, no matter where a crime may take place, I will never stand trial in one of your courts.
That arrogance and your expression. That's nothing like the face of someone who's ready to accept the consequences. Don't tell me you have your own country's judicial system eating right out of your hands.
These crimes you all speak so seriously of. To me, this has all been nothing more than a game. You might chase me out of this embassy with your accusations, but it is no big deal.
Oh. That was interesting. Was that visible to everyone else? I think my capture card just got a little funky for a minute. Everything still looks okay. We're still good on the YouTube side? That's mildly alarming because it's a very good capture card that basically never has any issues, so I would hate to see for anything to happen to it. Let me just double check the other side of everything, make sure everything is good. Okay, no, we're still good. Alright. Interesting. Well, hopefully my capture card remains okay. I would hate to have to try and replace this one. It's been incredibly good. Far better than everything I've tried to replace it with.
Alabasta has numerous other embassies in other countries around the world. All of you would accomplish is it would change the backdrop of our little game.
These 2 layers of protection that extraterritoriality provides him. This is why he is one of those who cannot be brought to court.
You see now, do you not? I live in a whole different world than you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go and fetch your eviction papers. Peace out.
Is there nothing we can do?
Section complete. Ladder, he who is above the law. Well, I hope that is the freaking end coming then. March 15th, 2:11 a.m., Theatrum Neutralis, and apparently it's taking a while for them to get my papers. Nah, I can't believe it's extraterritoriality.
Yes, and there is nothing we can really do about that. In the end, we didn't have enough authority to bring him to justice.
I can't believe that even though we know he's the boss, we can't lay a finger on him.
I know. That's why we'll just have to
pay somebody to kill him. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Sorry to skip out on you, but I've got some business to take care of. If we can't even give an evil guy like him a slap on the wrist, then what the heck were laws created for? What good are they? If the law can't help us, then I'll go as the Yatagarasu and take care of this myself.
Don't you dare.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Sorry, that was a bit too harsh.
Yeah, I know how you feel, sir. Yeah, we're trying to take on an ambassador after all. Yeah, and he did tell us earlier to get out of the theater. Yes, it's kind of the country, I guess. But alright, I feel like I've been slapped across the face for just doing my job.
What am I going to do? Should I retreat for now and formulate a better plan of attack?
Come on, everyone, we can't give up yet.
Okay.
I want you to think about something for a sec. We've never let up for even a second, and as long as we don't stop investigating, we might find the rotten treasure hidden here. She's right. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth.
You're right, Kay. Very well, let us reopen the investigation and see what we find. Come on, Kay.
Right behind you. Okay, now I'll go check out Babel a bit more, sir. I have something that I need to investigate further in Alabasta. How are you even gonna... get in there? Are they even going to let you in?
Now then, before I gather any more information, I should do a bit of housekeeping.
Okay, cool. Passion Flowers data erased. And investigating the lobby.
Ambassador Alba seemed agitated over something. There's something he doesn't want us to investigate.
I wonder why. She'll just whip her way into the embassy. That's fair.
There are two special circumstances that surround the ambassador. First, the embassy itself has extraterritorial rights. If something happens on Alabastian soil, we are unable to legally prosecute him.
Cool. Sounds like embassies are the perfect place to steal whatever you want.
And murder Damask II to run a smuggling operation and make counterfeit bills, apparently.
But I thought all the counterfeiting was done by Mr. Cochin and Babel.
Yes, he apparently used the embassy's coupon printing press to do it.
There we go. Counterfeiting op used Babel's embassy's printing press and Babel's ink to make counterfeit bills. But doesn't the paper... I feel like there was something about the paper.
It's the same story over there anyway. Babel also has extraterritorial rights. Which brings me to my next point, the ambassador's extraterritorial rights. Those rights are effective even in our own country.
Really?
No matter what happens, he can never be tried in our courts. He retains some very special rights indeed. Basically, no matter what wrongs he may commit, we can't bring him to trial here.
So I guess we really don't stand a chance, do we?
We might stand a chance if we can somehow nullify either one of his special rights.
Oh yeah, case sprites are fantastic.
This was taken just before the two ambassadors gave their bouquets to the Seal Samurai. Wait, is it just my imagination? Or is there something in this picture that I've seen before?
Really, something we've seen before in this picture. Well, time to do some poking around.
It appears to be a bouquet of Persian cyclamens and roses.
Wow, you even know the exact species? I never would have figured you for an expert on flowers.
It's all because of those flowers that old lady sends me every month.
Oh no! Thank you, old bag.
Just look at me, I sound like some sort of botanist.
So, what exactly is this yellow flower here?
That one, I'm not sure.
What? You don't know?
As far as I can recall, I've never seen a flower like this before. I feel as though I've seen this shape somewhere before.
Oh, hold on. Oh! That is, isn't that this? Yeah, that's gotta be that.
Could this piece of evidence be related to this photo somehow?
Well, nope. I don't think it's related at all. Really, it looks, but it really... Ow, alright. But it totally looks... Alright, well, I'm not crazy. That definitely looks like it. Is this one of those that are extremely precise? God, I hope not. I can't believe he was pretending to be a harmless old grandpa. Talk about deceptive. Oh, what if... I mean, you can kind of see it in the bigger... Wait, no, it's a little bit different there.
I don't suppose anyone expected him to change that drastically.
I bet he's thinking of something evil behind that cheery smile.
Okay, please try to remain calm and focused on the here and now.
Yeah, you're right. Sorry I got all worked up there. Well, the only way we're going to be able to steal the truth is if we keep on investigating. Probably need to pick the one that's not an empty gap. Oh god, really? But the whole... I would expect the whole thing to be one essentially selectable thing, especially since there's no difference in the check mark on it for having looked at it. Well, I'm going to save in case that blows a friggin' hole in what's left of my health. Not like we got anything back. No. No, it's just not that at all.
There's that troublemaker standing there smack in the center making two-piece signs.
Wow, the Steel Samurai stands out even more than the two ambassadors in this picture. Hey, the person playing the Steel Samurai is one of your friends, right? Are you sure?
No, I have no idea who he is.
Wait, but you just said he. You know which gender he was, so you must know him, right?
I beg that you please refrain from talking about that person with me ever again.
Mr. Polano has a really great smile, don't you think? I bet he was really happy that they were going to become Cadopia again.
Perhaps, but instead he became the greatest victim in today's case.
Hey, Mama Cat, how's it going?
An ambassador like him who is always thinking of his country is really to be admired.
Yeah, although this happened, I hope they'll be able to reunite the country someday.
I hope so as well, but for that to happen, we need to solve this case first. We need to see that those who would harm the new Cadopia are locked away.
And we will.
It seems that lilies are at the center of this bouquet with an accent of chamomile.
Oh no, not Cammy. Wow, I can totally smell the wonderful fragrance.
Okay, this is just a picture.
Look, I know that, but it's nice to imagine things once in a while, you know? Where's your sense of empathy?
If you can smell the fragrance of flowers from a photo, that's more like a hallucination.
You don't have to be mean about it.
Let's just drop this before it's in full bloom.
Gah, terrible. Is there anything I haven't looked at here? I think I've looked at all the stuff I can look at in the picture. I assume nothing around the picture matters. What else do I have? It looks like my prosecutor's badge! Is it this? Do I have to... Maybe I have to present the embassy guide to say, like, it looks like that? Though, if that's the case, there's actually something a little bit weird in this picture. Yeah, so... these are the wrong shape in the background. If that is... because that looks like it's meant to be this. But those are the wrong shape. The lines are different. Okay, so I'm just gonna say it looks like this. Eureka! No, it's not that either. What? Why are all these things that are clearly correct wrong? What the hell? And I can't look at this specifically, but it bugs me that, is it the background that I don't know, because I haven't been able to interact with that at all. And honestly, I have so little health, I'm not even gonna fucking bother. Yes, they're not the correct we're looking for. That's annoying. It's like, yes, this is exactly that. But is it? Well, is it? Because I can't deduce on... no, I can technically deduce in the background. And it really bothers me that that's not the same, but that could also be sloppy art. Given the exact shape shown, if that helps. Honestly, no, it doesn't at all. because I've already pulled out something that fits the exact shape, and I've pulled out something... I mean... Oh, that's interesting. Actually, the, Oh. The lines are correct in that one. So why are they different in this one? Is that just sloppy art? Just rereading. The shape of this 4-petal, there isn't anything in there with 4 petals, it's got 5. The only yellow thing they're referring to. Yeah, I really don't know what the fuck they're going on about. Completely unrelated to anything, I wonder what the character in the Steel Samurai's head says. Well, I wonder. Let's just see here if this works. Where the fuck is it? Google Translate says sir. Feeling that's probably not quite it. I figured since we have like a reasonable resolution here, might as well try it. What the hell is the context for code 272? Man, I have no idea. So what the hell are we trying to connect this to? I mean, it's their flower. Well, let's try deducing it on the flower directly. Eureka! Nope, not that either. I really have no idea what the fuck they're going on about. Hold up. Oh, shit, I didn't actually mean to... Well, I'm glad that was right. I meant to click on to look at it closer. The flower... is I think the knife is in the bouquet. What I link it to? The knife. I meant to click on it to bring up the bigger picture of it. I accidentally hit the wrong button. But it's got... like, its handle is basically the same as the bit in the middle there where it's missing a piece. Except that's not a... I don't view that as a flower at all. Well, it wasn't pure accident. I was trying to bring up the bigger picture to verify what I thought, but... whatever. Babel's national symbol is the butterfly and Alabast is the flower. Not gonna lie, I can't wait to be done with this game. It would appear that someone is employing the old hide a tree in a forest trick. What are you mumbling to yourself about? Wait, what? Hand on this knife. Yeah, see, I was trying to pull the bigger picture up. So we have a piece of the knife. And it seems like it was hidden in the bouquet at some point. Though I'm not gonna lie, the inconsistency of the squiggly line in their fucking flags and stuff is really starting to bother me.
Yes is the handle that was supposed to be on the blade that killed Mr. Cochin. The weapon that killed him was carried through the Theatre Naturalis in the very bouquet Ambassador Alba was carrying.
The murder weapon can be seen in the bouquet.
The flower motif. It looks like one of the flower petals is missing.
Oh, and take a look at the weapon itself. It's missing the exact same petal.
Then the knife in this photo is most definitely the same as this murder weapon.
Blade determined to be Alabastian, flower motif's petals are separate. Don't leave pieces of your murder weapon lying around.
Flowers were sent by a variety of people and businesses to celebrate the Goodwill event. Even the Steel Samurai received some flowers from the ambassadors.
There's so many bouquets here, it's like a wedding ceremony. Red wedding. Got a lot of dead people here tonight.
I believe the flowers for these are for those are slightly different reason.
What do you mean? This event was supposed to be like a wedding between Alabast and Babel, right?
Actually, I believe they're more in a state of divorce.
Okay, then this event was supposed to be their remarriage ceremony.
I suppose you could call it that.
Question is, where's the shotgun wedding? We don't need any shotguns. It'll probably involve Larry.
That's a backdrop they used in the Steel Samurai stage show today.
I love the climax of that show. Steel Samurai Sushi Slash. That was the first time I'd seen that special move. Well, the Jam and Ninja stage show's climax is much better, of course. Of course it was.
Oh, is that a fact?
That scene where he sang for Princess Masola and gave her those hair sticks? Back to talking about hair sticks. I could totally feel the love there in my heart. Use a rocket launcher for Larry's wedding because it's excessive and probably warranted. Also, he would somehow look like the person who imported and used it, but it wasn't him. And it probably fired out of one of his clocks. He just seems like that.
On the orders of Ambassador Alba, no one is allowed into Alabast. But I thought a lady with a whip passed through here not too long ago.
She's from Interpol and had the proper paperwork. So while I was reluctant, I had to let her in. Oh, well, I guess that answers that then.
That sounds like Francisco, all right. Besides,
If I didn't, that whip of hers.
yup, definitely Francisco.
Yeah, early summer rain jab versus the Sushi Slash. So now I'm curious how that's going to come. Actually, the two things I'm still curious. Why we still have this, because we know that he couldn't do this thing, so, and it very specifically mentions the attack, so we know that's going to be important. And, for the love of fuck, I still have samurai dogs.
These flowers were sent by Global Studios.
Global Studios?
That's where they filmed the Steel Samurai television show.
Edgewood's very hungry. Well, then we would have eaten them. We wouldn't have them now, would we?
They've been producing hit after hit recently, so the studio is being remodeled.
Everywhere's being renovated. Oh, I read about that in the papers the other day. And mascot of theirs is also getting facelift too, right? What's its name?
You mean Mrs. Monkey?
Yeah, I thought it was something like that. You really have a great memory.
Never underestimate my powers of recollection.
What else can we... Well, I guess we could check the theater itself. Or not. Alright, then it's probably time to slap stuff to... Well, I should talk to him too. Hello, and welcome to the Embassy of Babel.
I'm sorry, but I don't really need to enter your country at this time.
Right now, for a limited time here at the Babelese Embassy, we're offering the very special Experience the Terrifying Fire's Ashes tour. Well, so how about it? Shall I sign you up?
We're fine, thanks. We have an investigation to run.
Capitalizing on anything they can. Alright, let's see. So we have an agitated Alba and the counterfeiting op. Am I missing something to put these things together? Have I investigated all the things? Oh, got a window.
You can see the Babelese Embassy, which is undergoing major renovations.
Still waiting for the renovations to come into play.
From room expansions to garden upkeep, it looks like a lot of construction's going on.
Mr. Polano said that all this work is really hard on him. He said that since Mr. Cochin passed away, that maybe I could work part-time for him.
She got really chummy with that ambassador.
What can I say? I just have a good nose for money.
That a fact.
And I can't check the theater itself. Checked all the flags. Now, we found this at the open air stage. Snow came off the knife. I'm wondering if those are the two we want to smack together. Capitalizing on something like that takes some baballs. Fair enough. Oh, I should be drinking more of my coffee. What did we say when we... I can roll back. Alright, so we're missing... Must be something to interact with still, but there's not much here. Well, we've never really looked into the renovations, so I wonder if his agitation is that he doesn't want us investigating that. But I mean, then kicking us out of the embassy on his side doesn't really stop that anyways. Man, okay, so... The old man looks sad here. And I know Polano's smiling, but he's really got that forced smile going on, like, smile for the camera. He looks uncomfortable. It's a pained smile. Yeah, right? And then the old man just looks like he doesn't even want to fucking be there at all. Alright, I'm gonna go with the renovations. As I don't think it makes sense that he doesn't want us to investigate the counterfeiting op, but we never really poked around in the renovations at all. Either way, I figure if there's nothing for me to interact with, I've got to slap two things together in my head. Wow, that really hurt. Unless I'm still missing something to click on. I'm missing something to click on. Oh well, fuck whatever all that is. Oh my god, hurry up. I can't even speed through it. I too would have a pained smile being in a photo op with Larry. That's fair. There must be a piece of logic I'm missing then, because I don't feel like there's anything else I can interact with here. Yes, yes, yes. I don't really care what you have to say. Oh my god, you know what? It'll be faster to just do this. There. That's faster. It's like blah blah blah. I really don't care. I just want to reload. I actually, legitimately, I don't really think the life bar adds anything to the game. Because you can just reload, so who cares? Alright, oh no, that just said we had already checked it, okay. And nothing changed there. So there's gotta be something we haven't... Oh, you know, I never actually... Wait, had I not clicked on him? Oh no, we just went and solved it. Alright, let's make sure we definitely clicked on everything in here just in case. Yeah, the life bar is kind of dumb. It's kind of irrelevant. It's something that's there mechanically just to exist, but I don't think it actually adds any value. Yeah, the only thing stops you from doing is just more reloading. It's like it's a really meaningless mechanic, though I do like the mental image that it's just Edgeworth's sense of pompous self-worth being damaged. Being called out of mistakes. So we have no deduction. Okay, so this is after we've already done the deduction. Since I clicked on everything, I'm just gonna go ahead and save. Oh, do 2 and 3 do some better stuff with it? The only combination we haven't done is the renovations and the counterfeiting op. Which, since we have reloaded, and that'll not kill us, we might as well try it.
We know that the counterfeit bills were printed using the embassy's press, but the necessary materials such as the Babbley's ink and paper must have been hidden in a secure location. What do you think would have happened if the renovation had begun?
Well, you probably had to find a better hiding place or get rid of it all. Yeah. Yeah, Scarlet Fox. It's a little bit like, alright, if you say so. This case has been like that a lot. So far, much like the end of the last Ace Attorney game we played, the last case is just kind of like, just hurry up and be over. It was good to that point. The only thing I really liked about the last case in the previous game was voicing Gant. Yeah, Phoenix's health bar is a measurement of the judge's willingness to put up with his shit. That sounds about right.
And the reason Mr. Cochin was killed as the ringleader of the smuggling operation? Based on what we know, who do you think was the one with the most to gain?
The person with the most to gain... Hang on, I was barely even paying attention. Well, if the ringleader's dead, then, in theory, nothing, basically Kirkus is fine. I'm trying to think if Paleno actually benefits at all. Manny Cochin's the most to gain by being dead. He was really done with this shit, apparently. Yeah, I mean, if he dies as the ringleader... I mean, I feel like Paleno lost pretty much everything tonight, so it's pretty much Alba, right? There's... The ringleader's dead, Interpol's off his ass, he gets back to work.
As the one person who's been erasing all evidence of the smuggling operation, from both embassies, the co-conspirator who is mopping up, Ambassador Alba. Ambassador Alba had a very strong motive to kill Manny Cochin. Alba could conveniently place all the guilt for the smuggling onto Cochin. Ah, okay. Well, then that leaves us only two things to slap together. Smack their heads together. The cause of Ambassador Alba's agitation, the rotten treasure we may find, and the motive for killing Mr. Cochin. Miss Yu said it herself that she didn't kill anyone tonight. If we were to take her words at face value, then the reason for the ambassador's nervousness can only be one thing. That means he has to have committed the murder of Manny Cochin as well, and if he did, that means he committed a murder on Babylese soil, which is different. He didn't want us to discover the real circumstances under which Mr. Cochin was killed.
Then you mean Ambassador Alba's the real killer? But I thought the two of them were friends.
Maybe they were, but what if Mr. Cochin was the one who first betrayed their friendship?
Oh, I get it. Wasn't Mr. Cochin pushing really hard for Mr. Paleno to be ambassador after the reunification? I mean, yeah, he was the one who, I mean, he sent Damask II to steal the statue, right? Because he wanted the real one to be present in his embassy for Paleno. Wow. I mean, I know the dude was a murderer, but he actually kind of seemed like he was really trying to do good shit for Paleno.
Yes, and that was the real reason why he wanted to steal Alabast's Primadux statue.
So Mr. Cochin hired Damask II to go steal it for him. When Ambassador Alba found out what he was up to, he killed Mr. Cochin?
It is definitely a possibility at this point.
Those two really were thinking of no one but themselves. And the question now is, how did he do it? Ambassador Alba was in Alabast, but Mr. Cochin's body was discovered in Babel, right?
Yeah,
but it never seemed like there was the correct amount of, blood there. Non-zero chance Sheena could have moved the body for them, since she works for the ringleader. And, oh no, the knife was already missing the... Oh, the knife is missing the bit when the photograph was taken, but we found what seems like a bit of it outside. So that would imply that possibly the murder happened before the photograph was taken. Did we discover if Paleno just looks sleazy and is a good person, or he really is sleazy? So far, he seems like he might actually be a good person.
I believe we now understand why Master Alba was so nervous and agitated. It must have something to do with where Mr. Cochin was killed. A place where the Alabastian ambassador was likely to meet the Babylese Mr. Cochin. The place where Master Alba happened to have committed the murder is...
Well, this pretty much leaves us on the, I mean, the one place... There's still some stuff to do with the theater that's questionable, but... The one place that is neutral ground is basically this theater.
Take that!
The only place that makes sense is here at the Theatrum Neutralis.
What? Here?
The Goodwill event was being held here today, correct? So the only place that the both of them would have been in is here.
But if that's the case, then everything changes. This theater isn't actually Alabastian land. So that wipes out one of those extraterritorial rights he has. Okay, well, alright, well, to be fair, yeah, the dude being murdered in the neutral ground as opposed to on Babylese territory does also lead to much the same result.
It makes logical sense, in which case it is a reason for us to investigate further.
So what should we check out?
Let's see. I believe we should check the immigration records for both Alabast and Babel post-haste. Babel's records should be easy to obtain, however the problem will be Alabast. I wonder if they would allow us to see their records despite the order to vacate.
Objection!
Welcome back. I'm already one step ahead of you, Miles Edgeworth.
Francisco.
I have here the security footage from both Alabast and Babel. You would do well to take a look at its contents.
Footage of the entranceways into Babel and Alabast from the Theater Neutralis.
You move fast.
Avant-Karma strives to be perfect in every way. It's not in my nature to keep on retreating like this. I took the liberty of looking over the Babel investigation reports as well. From now on, you'll make no excuse to back down or say that we cannot solve this case.
I'm sorry about earlier.
We won't be beaten. Because my cute little subordinate is going to try his very best, isn't he?
Are you hitting on me?
Hasn't she patronized me enough already for a lifetime? So this video contains footage from Alabast's immigration screening area.
I really hope there's something in here that we can use. At 5:21, 5:22, 5:23. Oh, the missing Iron Infant. Where
Where the shit has that thing gone?
Alright, let's start at the beginning.
This man is the immigration officer who was on duty.
He's making a really scary face, even though there's no one around to see it.
I wonder if he's just the grumpy sort. Although, that won't do much for tourism.
He smiled just now.
I wonder if he recalled something funny.
Yeah, I know Larry lost the baby, but like, where? Where did he lose the freaking Iron Infant? Even if he did, he still has that hard glare in his eyes.
It would appear that he was born with stern-looking eyes.
Also fitting for someone in the security business, I would say.
"5:21 p.m.
That's just after the end of the Steel Samurai stage show.
Correct.
We were still inside the theater itself at around this time. All because Mr. Edgeworth wouldn't get out of his seat. Subordinate for a day, patronized for a lifetime. So it would seem.
I wanted to show the actors my appreciation for a bit and soak in the atmosphere.
Yeah, with your eyes closed and a complete lack of motion except for some breathing. Can't tell if that means I was really enjoying it or if it put me to sleep. Oh, I don't remember all these posters. I wonder what they're of.
I do remember a bunch of these hanging in the hallway.
I believe they were all related to tourism and sightseeing.
In Alabast? Impossible. If it were Babel, I could believe that. However...
Oh no, there are posters promoting tourist traps in this country. I believe they were mostly of Gatewater land.
I see. So they were targeted at the embassy's staff.
I'm sorry, guys.
It's the door leading into the Theater Neutralis.
I tried so hard to get through this door, you know, but I just couldn't get in. Hey, Amy, how's it going? It felt so great when I finally was allowed to go through there. You know what I really wanted to do, though? I wanted to try sneaking my way in.
At least nothing seems out of the ordinary with the door.
Okay, can I... How do I back in? Can I... Okay, there we go. And obviously now we have a Mr. Kirkus.
Oh, I can't believe how completely fooled I was by the way he carried himself.
He had me fooled too. According to the files I had sent for earlier, Ambassador Aruba was a Cadopian hero. He saved the royal family from danger countless times. So what bothers me is why a man like that would create a smuggling ring. Even with all the authority I have, I still haven't been able to figure out why.
It sounds like the ambassador was a hero who was corrupted by evil. But no matter what happened in the past, we cannot let the man he is now escape justice.
Still the immigration officer. He's making the exact same scary face he was making a minute ago. Wait, is it just me or is he blushing?
It appears he gets flustered around the ambassador.
I guess the ambassador is well respected inside Alabast too.
You could say that. And the guard doesn't appear to be capable of looking at the ambassador. 5:22 p.m. At around this time, the Steel Samurai stage show had come to an end, and Ambassador Alba was making his way back to his office.
And then later he shook hands with the Steel Samurai in his office, and then he was going to give a speech in the Rose Garden. Being an ambassador sounds like a busy, busy job. It's like someone who's always stealing your time away. It's like someone is always stealing your time. Oh my god, I feel that. That hurts me internally.
Yes, I'd imagine it's something like that. Despite how busy he was, he still managed to find the time to kill Mr. Cochin and move his body somehow from the Theater Neutralis.
So supposed of this country's tourist spots, the most of Gatewater land.
I wonder if Alabastians in general like theme parks at all.
The god you stopped you has been to Gatewater land a number of times apparently.
I guess they don't have theme parks in Alabasta, huh? Hey, Mew Poet, how's it going? Good evening to you as well.
That's the door leading into the Theater Neutralis.
The more the guy tried to keep me out, the more I wanted to get in. It's human nature. But I guess I can't complain too much. I did get let inside in the end. And nothing out of ordinary with the door. Okay. Now let's take a look at 523. Oh, look! He's not lost yet.
And it appears that he is inspecting the person coming into the country.
Are you kidding? It's more like he's not checking the Steel Samurai. And then they gave me such a hard time.
There are certain risks involved when you give some people preferential treatment. 5:23 p.m. This is just after the end of the Steel Samurai stage show, and after I had been given that autograph.
You totally had stars in your eyes at that time, Mr. Edgeworth.
I most certainly did not.
You had stars in your eyes because of an autograph you received from that man. Oh, sorry, this is Francisco line. I need to read it properly. I need to read it properly, bro.
You had stars in your eyes because of an autograph you received from that man? As Edgeworth, you've just lost any respect I had left for you.
Last phone call's done for Mother. Looking forward to enjoying the night with everyone. Oh, good to have you here, Mew Poet. Case is going, I mean, it's ticking along. I think, like previous Ace Attorney experiences, it's just kind of obnoxiously long in the tooth. Yes, the case is going. Nothing outlasts the Energizer Phoenix fucking Wright cases. This was apparently also in, like, I guess prior to Investigations 2. I gather Investigation 2's final case is one of the biggest ones, but prior to it being localized, this was the third longest case in the series.
I believe it's time to change the suspect. Suspect! Larry! On the outside, he may look like the Steel Samurai, but on the inside, it's just Larry.
Other than the fact that it's that good for nothing else seems out of order.
Wait, you know as well as I that anything can happen if he's involved?
You're not suggesting that someone else could be under the mask, are you?
No, I don't think that.
Hold up. I know he's meant to be delivering the samurai dogs, but part of me kind of wonders, what if it's not the dogs? What if it's the body under some dogs? Is he wheeling the body around? Spear's dent in this video. Yeah, it was damaged before the stage show, which is why he didn't do his signature move for the stage show. He did this sushi slash thing. That's why I said, oh no, because it's the butts. Right, he's probably moving the freaking body himself.
No, I don't think that. Just before he entered here, he gave me an autograph, so I'm certain it's Larry under there. Doesn't something about this lump shape strike you as odd?
Isn't it supposed to be this shape?
No, there's clearly something odd about the bulge. While looking at the push card itself, we could compare and confirm my hunch. Pushing this alabaster from the dressing room. The bulge is unnatural. Oh. I guess we found the thing we were looking for since it bumped us out. Now let us check the footage from Babel's security camera. I hope it shows us something good. Oh, I gotta tell you, me poet. Chips and salsa and queso sound pretty good too. Salt in particular just sounds good right now. Unnatural bulge. Title of your sex tape. It has so many potential meanings. Phooey, there wasn't a single sign of a suspicious person or anything.
That right there is the contradiction.
Huh? Did I miss something?
You didn't miss anything, because there was nothing to miss. However, what is missing is the image of Mr. Kochin entering his own country.
But wasn't this body found in Babel?
It would appear that the true face of our final puzzle has finally revealed itself.
Now want a hot dog? Right? Oh, hello.
Ambassador Alba.
I thought I had asked for you and your group to vacate the premises, Mr. Edgeworth.
Actually, I thought I should let you know that this theater sits on my country's soil.
You've had your fun, and I have enjoyed our little game. I dare say you have even achieved a new high score. However,
That is a commanding palm.
once you have recorded a score, that same game can never be replayed again. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Your game is done, and it is game over, man. Game over.
No.
Objection!
I think you think you're going at this time of night.
After admitting to my crime, I was overcome with regrets. So I'm heading to the airport now to return home.
I'm afraid I can't let you do that. There are still too many issues we need to discuss with you.
You cannot stop me, Mr. Edgeworth, and you know it.
And it's like, oh no.
Oh, please, may I have a little bit of your time, Ambassador Alba?
Paleno to the rescue?
Ambassador Paleno.
Or even just a teeny tiny bit is fine with me. The already strained relationship between our countries is in a precarious situation, you know.
Very well. If you insist. I'll play just one more round with them and see what they want. Not that they'll get any further.
Ambassador Paleno.
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, all I wish for is the normalization of relationships between our two countries. But there is one person standing in the way of that dream. I believe in you. You'll do what's right.
I kind of love that the dude with the incredibly greasy mannerisms is actually turning out to be pretty straight up. I hope it stays that way.
Thank you for your vote of confidence.
Now then, what was it that you wanted to ask me about? I do have a flight to catch after all.
Just likes to rub his hands. It's so the whole tourism thing kind of ties into it. The particular hand wringing he's doing is a really common trope in how merchants and salesmen are depicted in a lot of Japanese media. So being that he's really big on the tourism side of it, it's totally appropriate for him, but we also read it as really slimy.
I'm afraid I'm going to have to limit you to just one question.
That's more than enough because I only have one question anyway. I want to hear your alibi about how you couldn't have killed Mr. Manny Kochin.
I see.
Hey, Chosen Samurai, how's it going?
You seem to have a good hand this time around. This should be fun.
Oh god, and you showing up, Chosen, reminds me that this is the voice we use For Claudia and Ryza.
Unintentional, she wound up just being incredibly creepy. I did not mean to do this to her, but, you know, she had money, and we had already used the German voice for Ryza herself. Next thing you know, you got Chopin beating the crap out of everyone with his voice.
Which was fine until we gave Validon to someone in Ryza 2, and then I had to do a conversation with both of them at the same time.
It was entirely too much Don for my taste. I could not do it.
This really is the last chance we have to bring him down.
There haven't been as many pun names in this one, Poet. Like, some, but not... I feel like most of the pun names that have turned up have actually been just characters returning from previous. I don't feel like we had a ton of pun names otherwise, unless I missed some. Most of them don't seem like puns. Oh, Kirkus Alba is literally a type of tree, though, so he's kind of got one going on there with his look. Jokes on Alba, I've smeared the entire top 10 scores of a game with ass. Oh no, you're one of those. That's okay. You know I'm at the top score in most games, because I only ever just use AAA. I'm AAA, baby. Callous to You is like... Yeah, I could see it maybe being that, but it still feels like a stretch. Alright, Ambassador Alba's Alibi.
Frankly, I still do not understand why I'm being placed under suspicion here. Under your hypothetical scenario, Mr. Cochin and I were fellow smugglers. But to get to the point, I was in Alabasta the whole time. So it is simply not possible for me to have killed him in Babel. That is my alibi.
So, that is your alibi.
That is correct. It is simply not possible for me to have committed a crime in Babel.
Not necessarily untrue. He did not commit a crime in Babel, it seems.
Now that we've cleared that up, I would appreciate it if you would move out of my way.
Hold it!
I said hold it.
What is it this time? I thought I had told you I would only allow one question.
I haven't technically asked one.
You did, but you still have yet to really answer my one question.
What?
Until you tell us the truth, I will refuse to budge an inch from where I'm standing.
Very well. I will play with you for just a little while longer.
Edgeworth, as my subordinate and a representative of this country's prosecutors, you're forbidden to lose.
Alba's name is just on him being a tree. Yeah, I mean, yeah, pretty much.
Of course, that is something I've understood from the start.
The guy's the one who ordered my father killed, isn't he?
Yes, I believe so. Here, if you would like a crossbow bolt, I still have one left if you would like to stab him to death. But you'll have to move fast.
The goal of the first Yadagarasu was the capture of the smuggling ring's leader. My father and Uncle Bad. Their legacy will live on, through me. So that's why we've just got to catch him, okay? She is adorable.
We will, I promise.
I kind of want to make an emote out of her, but I'm not sure which one, what I would do. Francisco, on the other hand, I've got ideas for emotes.
Now, Ambassador Alba, let's have the truth now, shall we?
No matter how many times you ask, my answer remains the same.
The Alba and the Oak Mega. Oh my god! Wow. Love her smile. She does have a very big smile. She would make a good grin emote. Our only current grin emote, thank you, Toa, yes, is Dende. Alright, do I want to press everything? Alright, well, I mean, let's do our usual. Let's press everything first.
Hold it!
being the leader of a smuggling ring while taking on the duties of ambassadorship. Don't you think that the combination is more than enough reason for suspicion? Then there is the matter of the crossbow bolts and the primitive statues.
Objection!
All that is nothing more than your flights of fancy.
And what do you mean by that? Under your hypothetical scenario, we were fellow smugglers. Let's press. It's not a hypothesis. Earlier we proved it to be what happened.
Well, let us leave that to one side for now, because it does not change the fact that I have no motive.
Oh, so you really had no reason to kill Mr. Cochin?
If you want to suppose I had one, then why not? I will indulge you.
Okay. We do know that he tried to have the things swapped. Cochin sent to Mask the Second.
After all, this is nothing more than a silly game to me.
Even if that's how you see things, I would appreciate it if you would take me seriously. Was that game 2, Sione? Is it 2 or 3 where she shows up? Most of the really interesting prosecutors, I think, first showed up in, at least the ones I tend to see a lot of art of, showed up in the same game, I believe. But I don't know if it was 2 or 3. 2 is your first case? Okay. Is Godot in the same one as well? Godot? However you pronounce his name?
I'm sorry, I suppose you're in a bit of a pickle.
Oh, Godot's in game 3. Oh, okay. I actually thought they were in the same one.
The game is no fun if the playing field is not level. Therefore, I formally claim that I had no motive to kill. Now let us see what this proves.
How can he stand there looking proud when he knows he killed another human being because he knows he's going to get away with it? Well, I'm not going to stand by and just watch him get away with his crimes. Alright, what motive? I think I want to push on, well, not press, but... This seems like a good reason. So Cochin sent to Mask the Second to steal the Prima statue from the ambassador's office.
Objection!
If you want to know, I believe you did have a motive to kill. It was because Mr. Cochin had betrayed you. But you had your own reason too. Namely, you wanted to pin the smuggling all on him. Evil begets evil, and because you were trying to test each other, it turned into a mess.
Objection!
I do not believe this. You have a bad penchant for telling tall tales, Mr. Prosecutor. And if you will not, then I suppose you have some proof to support your arguments?
I never use guesswork in moving my cases forward. Except for the time I accidentally presented the knife, and it was correct, but, you know. It has been proven that this note was written by Mr. Cochin's hand. Shall we take a look at it? The content of the note is a request calling for the theft of the Alabas Primadux statue. By killing him and pushing all the guilt for the smuggling onto him, you walk away spotless. I believe you understand what I'm driving at. You had more than a few reasons to kill him.
Objection!
Talk to the hand. The oak is not listening. Are you finished with your hypothesizing?
Excuse me?
Let us suppose I did have a motive. Even so, a motive or a thought alone cannot kill. Is that not right?
Well, I mean, I guess I'll have to give it to him. We thought real hard about killing a few people already in this case. Larry! I didn't expect him to resort to playing the semantics game with me. It appears that this is where the real battle will begin.
Now then, if you will excuse me.
Wait, what?
I told you at the very beginning, did I not? You only get one question.
Oh, Master Alba, if you could please just give us a little bit more of your time. It doesn't matter what kind of man Manny was, he was my subordinate. Which is why I would like for us to figure out the real cause of his death.
That is something for Bamble to figure out, and something to which I have no relation to. To which I have no relation. There's no need for the second two. They've done this twice now.
That face with that line. That just so screams, well, fuck this.
Now he's even turning it down a request from Ambassador Polano.
Very sorry, but it seems that now even my voice falls on deaf ears.
Ooh. Apparently Polano's voice making me a little lightheaded. Give me a second.
There is no need for you to apologize, Ambassador Polano. I must find some way to stop him from leaving.
It seems there are no further objections. In that case, please allow me to return home.
Hold it right there, Ambassador Alba.
Okay.
Like I said, Mr. Edgeworth, the Yatagarasu's legacy will live on through me.
Yes, but how do you suggest we stop him from leaving?
You just leave that to me. Please tell me it involves a flying tackle. Ambassador Alba, do you recognize this?
No, and why should I recognize that tattered old organizer?
Wait, where have I seen that before?
That is a clue my father, Baron Faraday, left for us.
Did you say Baron Faraday?
Mr. Faraday's organizer. Don't tell me this is the one from the second KG-8 incident.
The one in which he wrote about the Yatagarasu's key?
Yes, this organizer belonged to the prosecutor you had Miss Yu kill 7 years ago.
I have no idea what you were talking about. You say that like it was related to me.
Didn't know the trees could sweat? Leaking sap. Inside this organizer, he wrote up every detail of every evil thing you did.
Get gifted.
Bill, thank you very much for the 20 gift sub bomb. Much appreciated. How are you doing this evening? Thank you very much for that, man. Always good to see you. What are you up to?
What an amusing little girl you are. But that sort of trickery will not work on me.
If you won't believe me, then take a look at this.
And what is that toy there? Oh, that is...
Man, I kind of just want to make an animated cape emote just to stick on every other emote. Bring your own wind with you. This theory device was used by the Yatagarasu, or rather by my father. 7 years ago, he used this when he snuck into this embassy. I should do that? Alright, hang on one second. Just let me make a quick... I got a little scratch pad to keep notes for emotes and things.
The KFC emote?
Thank you for the bits, Bill. No, not that. Ooh, but that does rhyme me. I did want to add a case smile to the list because, it would be good for us to have a grin that wasn't like Dende Psycho, right?
I'm sorry, what are you talking about?
These two pieces of evidence that hold information the Yatagarasu dug up on you. If you go home now, I won't hesitate to send it all to Alabasterite behind you.
Little girl, get to the point.
I want you to go up against Mr. Edgeworth one more time. If you win, then I'll hand over these two pieces of evidence.
Yatagarasu, ever the thorn in my side.
Okay, does that organizer really contain any information on his dirty dealings?
It's nothing case-breaking, really.
No, then it was just a bluff.
Even if it was, we still can't let all the info my father and Uncle Bad found go to waste. Plus, just the existence of Little Thief is troublesome enough for him.
Those two pieces aren't the keepsakes of your father?
It's okay. I believe in Mr. Edgeworth. He'll come out on top in the end. That's right. Edgeworth's gonna top the old man. We're cool.
Okay.
When the going gets tough, someone's got to be there to put the wind back in your sails.
After all this time, you're still quite the feisty one. I applaud your powerful nature.
I refuse to lose this too. Ambassador Alba, you won't be returning home until you give us further testimony.
How dare you all, barring a person like me.
Ambassador Alba, your testimony, if you please.
Sure, Claymore, I'll take that one. Oh, look. It's number 1000 and technically 1001.
Alright, but this is the absolute last.
Hey, Billy Dragon. How are you? Enjoy your random science mug and emotes that probably came out of the blue.
Even if you use all of the power of Ambassador Paleno's office, you will not stop me.
Yeah, Mupoa Kay's fantastic. I like her. She's grown on me a lot.
I cannot let this opportunity Kay has created for me go to waste. Alba's Alibi, Part 2.
The last time I met with Mr. Cochin was here at the Theater Neutralis. After that, I was in Alabasta the rest of the time, as I stated earlier. In any case, I did not see Mr. Cochin again after that. So you see, there is no time span in which I could have killed him. Would you not agree? Now, since people were practically begging, I will allow you to question me.
What an arrogant old man.
Yes, but no matter. We can't allow this chance to escape us.
I will warn you though, you have reached the end of my patience. Waste my time with any inane questions and you will be punished.
Ooh. I think that's implying, that's like significantly more damage than normal, isn't it? Like, that's basically a double hit to the bar. So while I don't like the general bar at all in this, and I think it's relatively purposeless, I do appreciate that they are using it this way to illustrate something. Like, it's kind of a shame it doesn't really feel useful otherwise. But I do like when it's flavored in a way like this. After all, bosses always do more damage, right?
So any needless pressing or presenting will hurt our case? Oh.
In that case, the only thing you can do is present the correct evidence. Understood?
Wow, okay, so we can't even press.
Of course. I don't intend to let him intimidate me.
Guess you could say it's an interesting system, barring some quirks.
Thank you for the beer spill and the terrible puns. Series learned to flavor with it even if the existence tends to cause frustration in the first place. Yeah, I think we definitely owe ourselves a save then. Can't press. That is an interesting dilemma. Now, I'm going to assume if we cannot press, then we do not need to press in order to force a usable line out.
I know Mr. Kojin was killed before he returned to Babel, in which case there is only one statement to which I need to present the evidence.
So, I want to see the evidence we have available. So they were... He was here at one point. And we know that the murder weapon was present at this time. So the last time he met was at the Theater Neutralis. Alabasta the rest of the time, as he said earlier. Didn't see Cochin again after that. No time span in which I could have killed him. I'm pretty sure that's the line we want. And during this period, both he and the murder weapon were around, and it's pretty much got to be this then. Sometimes it's needless pressing or presenting, as I do remember an instance where you have to press specifically. Ouch. That's a bit of a trap. I think we need to nickel back him with the photograph. Because this proves that he and the murder weapon were both, you know, in basically the neutral zone. I don't think it's time for this. We haven't found a way to prove yet that the body's in there, if we're pretty sure. And this was... Oh, did they mention when this was taken? No, they just got the where, not the when. I don't remember if they mentioned the when. That's what I'm taking a shot on.
Objection!
I'd like you to take a look at this photograph.
It is a rather nice picture, is it not? It was to commemorate the restoration of relations between our nations.
Oh, it's commemorative, all right. One that captures the proof I need to show that it was you who committed the murder.
Come again.
This is the knife that killed Mr. Cochin. I see you recognize it, as well you should, for it was you who brought it to this theater. You hid it in among the flowers you were to give to the Steel Samurai, meaning that you killed Manny Cochin here at the theater.
No, that's not good. No, it's all good, it's fine.
Wow. His response.
And it's time for me to catch my flight. Okay, piss off, goodbye, I'm out of here.
Objection!
We're not through yet.
Objection!
It is game over for you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Wow. So Alba is absolutely the kind of dude who's like, alright, I'm just taking my ball and going home.
But I thank you for the entertainment. No matter how passionately you orate, the end result will still be the same. I will not be returning to this country ever again.
And that's right, this man is an ambassador, and he has extraterritorial rights. No matter how hard we chase after him, we won't be able to have him tried in court.
Yes, that is exactly the face you should be making. The face of a worthless card.
Ow.
Now then, ladies and gentlemen, I must bid you farewell.
Oh, is there anything the Babyliss side can do here? Or maybe a certain missing someone could come back? The courts... Is there no one who can lay a finger on this man? Is this really the end?
Knuckle back!
Oh, speak of the... Oh, he's making an entrance. Agent Lang. Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Prosecutor.
Get out of my way. My plane is scheduled to take off soon.
I'm sorry, but you're not going anywhere, Mr. Alba. Did he bring all 99 is the question.
I'm through playing games with you people. You cannot touch me. If you do, it would spark an international incident, Agent Lang.
Sorry, but no, it wouldn't. Ooh, are you no longer ambassador?
I'm sorry, what now?
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Good job holding the fort down here until I got back. I'm sorry, what? So, Mr. Alba, your diplomatic immunity has just been revoked.
What do you mean, revoked? Spare me this nonsense and let me through.
Knuckle back!
Lang Ji says, before aiming for the throat, chew the neck shield off first. Lang Ji had some really strong teeth. Or not. I forget how that ended. Interpol headquarters in the Imperial household of the Kingdom of Alabast. Took a while to get things rolling, but they finally moved on it.
The Imperial household? What have you done?
That is still a wonderful pose. It would be like a 2-part emote, but man, I would love it. You've been relieved of your duties as ambassador, Mr. Alba.
What?
Huh?
What?
Oh, his face broke again. Effective today. Effective right now. And you have Mr. Prosecutor's videotape to thank for this.
The video that Yatagarasu protected?
Mr. O.
Mr. Oba. Alba. Thank you for the bits, Bill. We do have like 32 million animated slots to fill. Yes, we do. I know what I'm going to be spending some of my December off doing. You can't be arrested simply because you're an ambassador? In that case, I thought I'd strip you of that title. You underestimated me, a descendant of the founder of detainment philosophy, Lang Ji. 4,000 years of deeply entrenched connections and networks around the world have really paid off.
Oh, fuck! Can't be! I don't believe this! I've gone back to being an old man! My ambassadorship has been revoked.
Looks like you're finally coming to grips with your new standing.
Looks like he's turned docile again.
He's probably in shock for the loss of his shield.
What a shame. I had so wanted to use my whip on him.
Well, now you can, because he's not protected.
Why is this happening to me? I'm just a hard-working, honest ambassador.
Not the best!
Uh-huh. Pecking order. Yes, Lang Ji says, pecking order. Bitches. You really think you can still pull that on us now? We've already ripped away the mask and seen you for who you really are, Mr. Alba.
He lost the super armor. He can be staggered now. Quick, hit him harder. His poise is broken.
Or... Nope.
Objection!
No, I will not be stopped now.
I'm gonna be bouncing back and forth between his voices, apparently.
He still intends to fight us?
Dazed, reeling, about to break.
So what if I am no longer an ambassador? You still do not have any evidence on me.
It's phase 2. No, this is phase 3. Phase 2 is when he became this version in the first place.
Now we're into phase 3, which I guess is him just going back to this phase 2 look. Look, we had an animation budget limit, okay? Phase 3 is still the same look as phase 2.
The fact remains that you cannot arrest me.
I'd expect no less from you, the boss of the smuggling ring. Well, the rest is up to you, Mr. Prosecutor.
Understood.
Oh yeah, bring it on, bitch. You said that I killed Mr. Cochin in the theater. But even if it is true that there was a knife in my bouquet, I left that bouquet in the theater. So anyone could have taken it out from there and used it, right? Besides, the claim that he was killed here itself is odd. After all, was not his body discovered in Babel? And claiming that I carried his body all the way over there? Preposterous.
Objection!
I'll be the one to prove whether it's preposterous or not. Ex-Ambassador Alba.
Are you ready to rumble?
Because this is no game. This is war.
The Cravat versus the Old Man. Alba's Alibi Part 3.
I killed Mr. Cochin in this theater using a knife that was stuck in my bouquet. I left that bouquet in the theater. Anyone could have taken the knife from there. Besides, Mr. Cochin's body was discovered in Babel, right? There was no way for me to have transported his body from the theater to Babel.
Ah, okay. So I gotta wonder if that's gonna come to, the, thing we think had the body.
Look, do you not think you have had enough fun with me? You have already stolen my ambassadorship from me. Would you have me surrender too?
Yes. We would?
Knuckle back!
You have no plans to ever return to this country, isn't that right? Did you know that a bunch of your subordinates are seeking asylum because of you?
As if I care.
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Boot this guy out of the embassy and we can finally end everything.
I know, and I will give it my all to see that he leaves in handcuffs. Without the title of ambassador, he's just another witness.
Yes, just another witness that I can hit with my whip.
Alright, what are we waiting for? Let's get this guy. I'd get him good.
I wonder if they understand that all I can do is present evidence to the testimony.
Lang waiting for us to literally rip his throat out with our teeth or something. Holy shit, man. I didn't think you would actually do it. Does mean we can get butts on unwitting accomplices after the fact and finally save humanity by locking him up? Man. I don't think we'd be that lucky. Alright, I'm gonna save before I start doing this because I want to press on things, but I don't know if we're still in that whole, like, he'll fuck me up for pressing. Yes, Kay does have a wonderful boxing sprite.
Hold it!
And that's right, as I explained earlier, the commemorative photo shows that you had the knife on your person.
Objection!
You have no proof that the bouquet was prepared by me. Is that not right?
Excuse me?
The fact that there was a knife in the bouquet was something I was not aware of.
Knuckle back!
What a pathetic excuse. The weapon that was used is one of your national treasures. It isn't exactly something anyone other than you could touch, let alone take.
I lost some of my trusted subordinates to handle them. It could have been my secretary.
You're an even bigger slimeball than I thought.
You would push the guilt of Mr. Cochin's murder onto one of your subordinates?
In any case, the fact that the knife was in the bouquet means nothing.
Knowing Larry, he'd get himself in some other kind of trouble, and if we pay off Phoenix and Edgeworth to not help him, we'll be fine. I don't know. You know what would happen? He'd wind up in some bizarre situation where, like, there's a triple homicide in the prison that involves people we knew, and therefore we have to be involved in the case. And Larry will be the center of it. We don't know why. I don't know. Maybe he brushed his teeth at the wrong time of day and whoops, just stumbled into it. His toothbrush was the literal murder weapon. Someone turned it into a shiv and used it to kill Von Karma. So you know that'll get Edgeworth in there. Anyone could have taken the knife. Alright, well, it looks like we're not getting exploded for pressing, so back to pressing.
And you still wish to deny your actions?
And I still wish to deny reality and accuse me of murder.
What? I am not in denial.
Even though he's not an ambassador anymore, he's still got a real bad attitude. How dangerous was the case involving Larry, Meekins, and Oldbag? Look, it was bad enough when we had Larry and Oldbag together. It's bad enough when we had Meekins and Oldbag in the same case. I do not want to put all three of them into one case. No game could contain that. And my voice couldn't handle it. I believe it is because he is no longer ambassador that he can let himself speak freely. Well, if he's not holding anything back, then neither should I.
Wait, for the sake of the case, please refrain from what I think you're about to do.
Oh, quite the pair of frightening women you are, but I digress. Besides, Mr. Cochin's body was discovered in Babel, right?
Hold it!
Even if he was found in Babel, he was killed somewhere else. It still honestly amazes me that to this point, no one ever mentioned the lack of blood, like, at the scene of the crime. It's bothered me from the get-go, and no one ever mentioned it, and I swear they would just... Normally, that would have been a thing that got mentioned quite early. They really did not want us to think about that. Mod them out of the game if that happened. I don't really use mods, though.
Objection!
Stop bluffing because you cannot prove what you are claiming. If this were court-martial in my country, you would have already been removed from the room.
Are you taunting us on purpose? Because I'd be happy to show you my claws.
Hold it!
Hold on, Agent Lang. Allow me to fight him my way, with evidence and words and things. I was just joking. I'm not so easily ruffled by the likes of him. Sniper team, stand down.
Too bad. Though I'm no longer an ambassador, it still could have been an international incident.
He's still a war hero.
If you have the will to threaten us with that mouth of yours, then perhaps you can use it to return to the testimony.
Very well. But to be fair, you should watch what you say as well.
No way for me to okay, so yeah, it is the transporting the body, I think, is what we want here. I'm going for the pushcart.
Objection!
Unnatural bulges.
Actually, I do believe there was a way to transport the body out of the theater. Perhaps you should give this a look.
What is that supposed to be?
It's footage from a security camera that captured the state of the immigration area.
Should I congratulate you on getting your hands on it?
Just letting you know that we're not the only ones watching your every movement.
Thank you for the warning.
Now, if you could take a good look at this section here. This lump here inside the pushcart, do you know what's causing it?
Should I? Because I do not.
In that case, allow me to enlighten you. This is the cause of the unnatural lump under the cloth in the pushcart.
Wait, am I supposed to... I guess I'd have to say Manny Cochin's body at this point, right? Like... I mean, it says notes on his body, but it is his body. It's all we've got that points to his body specifically.
Take that!
What is the meaning of showing me that?
It's to say that the unnatural bulge in the pushcart is Mr. Cochin's body.
That's just rigor mortis, don't worry, guys. AII2 features advanced logic. Oh my god. Is that 3 pieces together?
You had the Steel Samurai wheel his body away from the real crime scene.
What a guess. But I wonder if you have any evidence to support it.
I admit that for now it is but a hypothesis. However,
it also has mind chess. Oh boy.
If you cannot prove it, then I'm afraid I must be on my way. I do not have any more time to play with you people.
Sorry it took so long, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Oh wow, everyone's just making their big friggin' entrance. Gummy?
Detective Gumshoe, is that the Steel Samurai's pushcart?
Yes, sir. Found it in the open air stage area. Oh, good. That is also where we happen to find the bit of knife. Though it's weird to me that it was out there. Well, we'll get to that. Whatever. Apparently, AAI2 is just 3 days after the first one. Dude, someone give this man a break. Seriously.
So that's where you went.
And Detective Spirit the Bops left me with, I thought I'd follow my gut and go with it, sir. So, Miss Edgeworth, is this worth anything to the case?
Yes, and just might play a major role in solving this case, Detective. But something isn't right. I thought that the entire samurai family was in Alabast.
Where exactly in the open air stage area did you find the pushcart?
I found just lying there at the edge of the stage, sir.
Oh, well, let's leave that for now and examine the inside, Detective.
Yes, sir.
Oh, what? Look, there's blood in it!
It's blood, though. I don't feel so good.
This must be Mr. Cochin's blood, which only goes to prove that Mr. Cochin's body was indeed transported by this pushcart.
No, it's ketchup from the samurai dogs.
Well, that got his attention. I believe you understand what this means, correct? You killed Mr. Cochin at this theater and then placed his body inside the pushcart. And then you forced the Steel Samurai to unwittingly move the body for you.
Objection!
I forced him to move the body into Alabast. What nonsense. Why would I bother to do such a thing?
Objection!
You were scheduled to make a speech in Alabast, meaning it was difficult for you to make a stop in Babel. However, what if you moved the body to Alabast? Because it was your embassy, you could keep an eye on it and tamper with the evidence. And then you smuggled it out of Alabast.
Well, the holes in his face seem to imply we're on the right track.
If I can show how you moved the body from Alabast to Babel, then I win.
But you can't. The security between the two countries is incredibly tight.
I'll be the one to judge whether I can or cannot prove it. And so I ask you to provide us with testimony regarding your movements after your return to Alabast. Yes, dear Larry, accessory again.
Yes, Edgeworth. Have you figured it out? Do you know how the body was moved?
To be honest, I have nothing to support my hypothesis at this time. However, I don't believe I've made a mistake in my logic up to this point. Which means...
There is no questions that can't be answered right.
The Primitive statue was smuggled successfully through a brief flight through the air, so why shouldn't there be an answer as to how the body was moved? Which means there must be a logic flaw somewhere I can exploit.
Alright, buddy, give us your movements. Movements in Alabast.
After I returned to Alabast, I had my picture taken with the Steel Samurai shaking hands. Then, just as I was about to start my speech, the Yatagarasu appeared. I feared for the national treasure, so I raced back to my office.
Is that all?
Yes, that is all.
Objection!
It looks like you left out a few things, such as the murder of Damascus II. Furthermore, you left out the part about meeting with me in your office.
Oh, those trifling matters. I do not believe I need to speak of those things again slowly. I do so hate to waste time.
What?
Is not every life precious?
Well, obviously not. Do you really need me to answer that for you?
Objection!
People like you cannot be allowed to wander freely through society.
Then you had better try hard, because I doubt you'll find a single contradiction.
He's really full of himself, isn't he?
Yes, he is. How can he be so confident at a time like this?
Come, do not be shy. Go ahead and ask whatever you would like.
Movements in Alabast.
After I returned to Alabast, I had my picture taken with the Steel Samurai, shaking hands. Then, just as I was about to start my speech...
What am I supposed to be doing? I'm supposed to be pressing things. Whoop, shit, hang on, let me look around. Sorry.
started reading through it and like, wait, I'm meant to be pressing things. Duh. Yes. Everyone. Yes. Oh my god, everyone. Shut up. Yes, everyone, please calm down, shut up, and let me actually go back to what I was doing. Thank you.
Hold it!
Alright, let's press.
So why was it only with the Steel Samurai? I thought the Pink Princess was also around.
The Pink Princess was suffering from a bad hip at the time, and the doctors recommended that she rest.
Wow, so you do have a soft side after all.
The pain of a bad hip. I suppose none of you can really understand how it feels.
Maybe it's because, oh god. Keep pressing, don't get depressed. Or maybe it's because you were unimpressed by the statement. Oh, don't make me hurt you. Oh, so you tend to strain your back as well, huh? And isn't that just because you're normally all hunched over? Like a freaking gremlin.
He did need to keep up the act no matter what, I suppose.
The point is not to discuss my back problems. For about 15 minutes after our handshake, I was in my office preparing for the speech.
About to start a speech, Yadagaru said, okay. Almost want to ask if I can call the chair to Mecha. Well, it would appear that Mecha has made it easy for you. And Mecha is now a sacrifice for Chair Thulu.
That Yandagaru was just a trick that you had set up?
A most amusing joke, and how do you propose that I set it up?
Yeah, if you really want to know, I can explain it in detail for you. You arranged the spotlights in the Rose Garden so that when you were to take the stage, the audience would see the Yandagaru's shadow.
Oh, that is an interesting tale. Sadly, it has nothing to do with me.
Yo, what's it gonna take for you to fess up to anything? So I'm pretty sure I think we learned enough about the symmetry in the pools that I think the pools were connected and using the water, I think, would have allowed it to transfer during the fire and whatnot, but I'm not entirely sure how that works yet. I'll patch his particular copy of DD2 to be brutal.
Very well, let's move on to a different question. After the Yandagaru appeared, what was the state of the Rose Garden?
Everyone took refuge inside the embassy. I even helped with the efforts. And then once everyone was inside, well...
Fear of the national treasures, race back to the office.
And what happened after you returned to your office?
I do not want to keep on repeating this, however. Upon my return, I had that stroke of bad luck and bumped into Mask Man.
Objection!
I don't want to keep on repeating this either. What's his name was Damascus II.
Who cares what he was called? By the time he got to the primitive statue they were supposed to steal, it had already been swapped for the fake. Talk about an unlucky man, being bludgeoned to death with a fake statue.
Yes, shambler.spawn equals true. We'll just increase the spawns for you in particular. Why do we get shamblers in the valley every fight? Oh, I don't know, Mecha. Funny thing that, bought on the last sale and haven't even opened it, so have at it. Aw, well, I appreciate the support in buying it. Just know that it's waiting to get you one day. Miss Von Karma's really letting her whip fly now. I can skateboard. Use the silence while she's doing it.
She must be at the limit of her patience as well. The physical attacks are meaningless here. Only evidence will suffice, unless you hit him hard enough to kill him, then we're all good here. Ugh. I can't find a single flaw in his argument. At this rate, I won't be able to prove that he's actually guilty of anything.
Are we finished here?
Edgeworth, can you not come up with how the body was moved to Babu? Sir. Mr. Edgeworth. Even after proving so much. Is he going to get away with it?
Is this the end?
I don't know who that is. Oh no!
It appears we made it just in time. It would be a great honor if you would allow us to be your allies in battle.
Oh god! He's holding up. Hang on, I gotta see. Can OBS see this properly? Okay, yeah, you can. He's holding up the Iron Infant like a drowned fucking child. It just it looks so horrifying. God help us. It's Larry. And Old Bag. The baby has arms, but they're just hanging because he's just holding it up. It's a doll. He's holding it up by the head with a death grip.
Oh, evil magistrate, it's time for you to pay. It's the Steel Samurai? No, you are mistaken, for I am Steel Samurai Daddy, married man of Neo Old Tokyo. And this is Pink Princess Mommy. Ejipo.
No! The two people I wanted to see the least. Larry, what are you doing here?
Way to show your gratitude, Edgy. We just wanted to help, yeesh.
Let's always find out what enemy Mecha hates the most and buff them in the next patch. I would never adjust the balance of the game simply to fuck up one person.
I like to fuck up as many people as possible. I'm gonna get the bad guy with a single thrust of my samurai spear.
Go away! Go away! Sorry. Just... oh my god, I could not keep a straight face for that. Go away!
How can you be so mean to us, Ejipo? All three of us came to lend a hand, and this is how you treat us. Well, isn't this grand? And I see they managed to find the Iron Infant. The copper kidling.
Does that really matter right now? Those have got to be balloons. I try not to think about it, they're horrifying.
Hey, is it just me or is the Iron Infant completely soaked? Oh yeah.
Yeah, the last time we saw Larry, to be fair, he was diving in the pool. Which, yeah, no, I knew the pool was going to be connected to how the body was moved in some fashion or something, but no, not via Larry.
The barium brat. I found him in Babel, but he was in the middle of the pool.
Oh, wait a second. Larry, go back to what you just said.
Huh? Oh, it appears we made it.
Not that far back. Something about finding the Iron Infant in Babel. And he found it in a pool? I don't recall there being one in Babel.
Oh, that. Well, I was in Alabasta the whole time, so I have no idea how the Iron Infant wound up in Babel. I thought I'd lost him in the Rose Garden, but I guess maybe this cute kid can swim, huh?
Wait, what? Larry, you lost the Iron Infant in the Rose Garden? Are you sure about that?
Yeah, I'm sure, but I found him in...
Hold it!
That's enough, Larry. Shut the fuck up, Larry. The Iron Infant that Larry lost managed to move between the two countries. Furthermore, the Iron Infant was found soaked in the middle of a pool. This is what I've been looking for. It's another smuggling route between the countries. The key to the route the Iron Infant took to travel from Alabasta to Babel is... the bilateral symmetry. It's the pool in one leads to the pool in the other. Oh, that's right. This embassy was built with bilateral symmetry in mind. Detective Gumshoe? Yes, sir? Yes, this information is helpful, but shut the fuck up, Larry. The problem is, if he keeps talking, it'll be less useful, and he'll probably find a way to ruin it. So shut up, Larry, while still useful. There is a location I wish for you to examine post-haste. It's where I believe the route used to smuggle Mr. Kojin's body lies. Does something like that really exist, sir? An embassy built on bilateral symmetry, meaning that this is where we need to examine. Oh, okay, so the pool is actually visible here, so I need you to check out the pool.
Take that!
Detective Gumshoe, I would like for you to examine this location.
Ah, you got it, sir. I'm back, sir.
Good, now report.
Sorry, but there wasn't anything there, sir. Wait, am I supposed to pick the other side? Am I supposed to be picking the side on... Am I supposed to pick the other side?
What's wrong? You could not find anything there because you know one of your precious holes, huh?
Okay, so... So I think I have to pick the side where we're not showing it on the other side then? Yeah, it's gotta be, if it's not the pool, then it's gotta be the place where there should be a pool.
Take that!
Yes, I'll be back before you know it. Okay, well, it changed his line, so I'll assume that's it. I thought I wanted to check the pool to verify that where it comes out, but...
It's too late. It does not matter now what you do, it is all a waste of time.
Not so fast!
You will stay here with us and wait.
This is Edgeworth.
Yeah, Mr. Edgeworth, it's here, sir.
Oh. That was okay. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, there's a reservoir here, just like in the Rose Garden.
Just as I suspected.
What is it?
The two sides of the embassy are mirror images of each other, which means that there is also a pool at the corresponding location on the Babylese side. Mr. Cochin's body was moved into Babel through the pool in Alabast.
Objection!
Avoiding the topic with a vague answer like that is unbecoming of a prosecutor. If you do not mind, I would like to see more physical proof, if you have any.
The Iron Infant is positively soaked in water. Why do you think that is? It's because he was fished out of a pool, and not just any pool. It was the Babylese one. I think it's pretty obvious at this point what must be true. The water reservoirs in the two courtyards are connected.
Objection!
And where is your proof that the two sides are connected?
Objection!
The proof is right there before your eyes. The half-drowned Iron Infant.
What? This blasted doll?
Yeah, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm back. Hey, don't tell me, you guys figured everything out without me?
We did thanks to this hero of justice's son. Even if he's just a doll, he managed to help foil the villain.
Not so fast!
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Look, I don't want to say this, but it's kind of unlikely that the body just happened to have passed on through to Babel. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this has to do with like why there were fires, because they said they used the water from the pool in the event of fires, and we were there when it was starting to refill. Don't think Larry swam, we just checked the battle side. Yeah, I don't think he... How did he even... Well, no, never mind. I was going to say, how did he get in there, but they let everyone in. They keep talking about how strict the security is, but then they just keep letting everyone in, so Babel doesn't really seem that strict at all. It's kind of unlikely that the body just happened to have passed on through to Babel. This guy's a doll and he's small, so I can believe it made it, but...
He has a point.
Yes, that is right. I'm glad someone here understands. Mr. Edgeworth, are you going to next propose that a dead body can swim through a pipe?
You see, Mr. Prosecutor, our chase after this man is far from over.
Agent Lang, you are correct. Why is he helping Mr. Alba out now? He's not... I have no issue with him over this. He's...
He's basically saying, make it airtight, or we are screwed.
He's not. He realized a flaw in my argument and is helping to move the logic along.
Wait. Accidental body dump with the water, kind of like how helicopters end up dumping fish into wildfires because they use lakes. But I believe they were didn't we see them using something like a fire hose? I don't think it would work quite like that, but I'm guessing it's going to be a pressure differential fill kind of thing where it's going to pull from one to the other.
In which case, I should return the favor and find an answer.
And another thing, Mr. Kochin's body was found in his office in Babel. Well, we do know that Sheena could have said that at some point too. I think. So what happened to his body after it was transported to the open-air stage?
Mr. Alba had an accomplice in Babel, remember?
You mean Sheena, right?
With her there, you can see how it was possible to move the body up to the office.
I'm seriously claiming that she swam through the connecting pipe with the body.
He's right. Miss Sheena would drown if she did that.
And it's hard to imagine she swam through the connecting pipe.
Looks like your hypothesis about how the body was moved is still only half-baked. In the end, it is all just the befuddled musings of an accusatory man. Now then, I believe you should give up and allow me passage. Because from the start, there was no feasible method of transporting the body.
What?
Mr. Prosecutor, recall Sheena's movements.
What was happening in the embassy around the time Miss Sheena was in Babel?
Well, this has been when they had their fire, right? Let's see. First fire, 4th and 5th floor during Jam and Ninja shows. Second fire, 3rd floor after the Jam and Ninja show. Yeah, okay. Oh, if only there was a way to get rid of the water in the pool.
Get rid of the water? That's it.
I believe this time we really are done, right?
Body was relatively unharmed by the fire, so it must have been soaking wet. Yep, which is another thing I brought up the first time we saw it. I'm like, why isn't there blood everywhere, and why isn't it cooked? And everyone was like, I guess he died here. Like, all right, if you insist.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, it's far from over, Mr. Alba.
You are a most persistent man. I'm saying that you have thought of a way to move the body through the water.
Hang on, sneeze. Sorry, excuse me.
Move the body through the water? That is completely unrelated to how it was done.
Excuse me?
Thank you, Claymore. And thank you, Bill.
Bless you.
The reason I say that is because there was not any water there at the time.
What do you mean, there wasn't any water?
And just what it sounds like. Tonight's events made it possible to drain the water, allowing the body to be moved.
Yes, because they did tell us at one point that they were used to deal, they used it to, basically to firefight. And we had 2 fires, so...
Take that!
Tonight, the Atagarasu set fire to a variety of locations in the Babalese embassy. In order to put the fires out, much of the reservoir's water was used. Of course, when the water was used, the reservoir's water level went down. If enough water was drained, the connecting pipe could be used to traverse the border.
Objection!
So what? The water level went down, the reservoirs were connected. Does any of this matter? You cannot prove any of this.
Pretending to be ignorant won't work with me. We both know what kind of situation we're in right now. Even in a game, there comes a critical game-changing moment. A moment in which you hit a wall that you must overcome in order to beat the game.
Ah, Souls bosses.
I am not lost yet.
I found the route you used to smuggle the body, and that route will lead to your defeat.
Not so fast!
Even if all the water was used by the firefighting effort, you still can't really call that a smuggling route.
I know that.
I should have figured that you would notice. Hey, Mr. Alba, how deep are those pools anyway?
I'll have you know those pools are extremely deep. And there are no ladders or footholds along the walls either.
It would be difficult for Sheena to hold the body and climb up out of the pool.
Ladders or footholds along the walls? There was no need for such things.
What do you mean?
If one were to use a certain something, they can go up or down in the pool at will.
Oh, it looks like you've got an answer already. What are you waiting for, Mr. Prosecutor? Enlighten us already.
Does this have to do with the timing of when they refilled, or...? The way in which Miss Sheena and the body were able to rise up to ground level. If there was a way to control the water level, that would be the way the body was moved. Oh, that's right, because one of the fountain spouts, the fountains were on when we were out there, and it turned off because the pool filled, which I think is what led to us noticing the whole thing about the water level changing anyways. So I guess that's how you control the water level? This was used so that the body of Machina could move up and down in the pool. Do I have... Oh, thank fuck I do. Auto refills the water when the water level's too low. Oh, good. Okay. Gamble.
Take that!
I'm pretty sure this is it.
Mr. Alba used the fountain spouts in a manner of speaking.
Use the fountain spouts? How so?
The water level in the pools can be controlled by opening and closing the spouts. Machina and the body were lifted upward by their buoyancy in water. The fire on the Babalese side and the firefighting effort. These were set in motion all for the sake of smuggling Mr. Cochin's body.
It's well thought out.
Shall I show you where the final destination of my train of logic leads? First, Mr. Alba closed the fountain spouts in advance, in preparation of things to come. Then he took the pushcart that was brought to the Rose Garden and pushed it along with the Iron Infant and Mr. Cochin's body into the pool. At this time, Machina was busy conveniently starting the first fire in Babel. She then made for the open-air stage's pool to wait for the firefighting effort to begin. When the firefighters used the water in that pool, the water level went down. And by the time the fire was put out, the pipe between the two pools was exposed. This is when she pushed the pushcart from Alabast into Babel. Once that was accomplished, Mr. Alba simply opened the fountain spouts once more.
Yeah, for supposedly having incredibly tight security and not having a titanium grate, blocking anything but water from crossing the border seems like a massive oversight.
And the water level rose up to its original level along with Machina and the body. After that, Machina used the pushcart to carry the body up to the Secretariat's office. There was an elevator in the embassy after all, so you see, even with her small frame, she could have easily transported Mr. Cochin's body. And that wraps up my thorough explanation of how the body was moved, complete with PowerPoint slides.
Oh yeah, that's a win.
Well, ex-Ambassador Alba, what do you think? Not so untouchable without your precious extraterritorial rights to protect you, are you?
I knew you could do it, Mr. Edgeworth. Way to fight back.
Objection!
You accuse me of moving the body across country lines. But when you get down to the nitty-gritty, you do not have what it takes to indict me.
Probably because it was originally designed as one embassy. Yeah, because it was originally Cadopia. So it's entirely possible that some of the stuff is left over. Also, conveniently, just because plot, I guess. The nitty-gritty. What does the old man want now?
Proof, I believe, is what he seeks.
Yes, proof. without any who is to say whether or not any of what you said really happened.
He wants proof? What are we going to do, Mr. Edgeworth?
There's no need to worry. I've had all the proof we need all along.
Really?
The body wasn't the only thing to go through the pool's connecting pipe tonight. Just as Detective Gumshoe found the pushcart in the open-air stage area, so too did I find one other item there. And that piece of evidence is what will prove that the pools were the smuggling route.
Another thing that was smuggled over to Babel's open stage area. Is this? They still say it looks like a guitar pick and it was wet, so maybe it's the time for that? On the other hand, I mean, did the knife make it over during all that? Because, I mean, the knife, if it was still in him, it would have gone with. I'm trying to think when they switched bits and pieces around. Yeah, sometimes plot convenience. I mean, there is a limit to Phoenix Wright logic. Let's put it that way. Like I said, the first time we walked into that crime scene, I called out, there's no blood, and he's not burned. So he must have been put here, and no one ever even mentioned it until we got this far into the case. Common sense is very rare. Well, unfortunately, common sense in general is a terrible misnomer in reality too, so I guess it's not wrong there. I mean, we've got that piece of it. Oh, good. It is. I was curious about that, whether or not the full thing was there or not. Because the knife had to go over with him, right? I mean, if he got killed there, the knife ends up in Babel. We know the knife is basically smuggled, and they specifically use the term smuggled here. So it kind of has to be the knife. As much as I really want to throw the pick at it. I feel like it's not time for this yet. No one... It also weirds me out that we've got this thing, and it looks like it's part of this knife. But if the knife was brought in as part of the bouquet, then it's already missing the piece. So I really actually do not know where this is going to fit in. Blood would have washed off. It kind of depends on whether it was still in the dude. Also, well, no. Fresh knife. So remember, this is not the actual murder weapon. Didn't we determine the swapping of, like, handle and blade? True, it also wasn't washed off the cart, but I mean, the body was in it. The fresh knife of Bel Air. Oh my god. No, this is the only other thing that's smuggled over. Because if he was murdered, reassembled. Did we reassemble the proper one? Okay. Did we, though? Because we eventually thought we found... Is this the put together one? God damn, this is the side effect of doing this over a few days. Either way, this had to come over with, though, because if it is the murder weapon, then the murder occurred at the theater, but still wound up coming over with, so... Also, it's the only thing we haven't clarified how it made it to the embassy yet. Because, like, we've covered the statue, we've covered the body, but we haven't covered how the knife was smuggled in.
Take that!
This is the defining piece of evidence that will prove my hypothesis, is it?
I don't think it proves a single thing.
I guess it doesn't. Maybe it is the pick. Alright. Let's do the pick then. Maybe it's finally time for the pick. Because it's the only other thing we got.
Take that!
And what exactly is this?
You have no idea, do you? This little piece that I found on the Babbly's side will be your undoing.
A guitar pick. Would you care to explain how it is going to do me in, as it were?
Well, I'm going to start the long version of Stairway to Heaven now, and I play very poorly, and I'm not letting you leave until I'm done. Getting it right. Strap in.
Much to your chagrin, perhaps, but this is not a guitar pick.
What?
This is something I found at the open-air stage, which was transported with the body. I naturally assumed you would recognize it, since you took a photo with it after all.
The Jammin' Prosecutor. Oh god, yeah.
But since you don't, allow me to show you what this fragment from the stage area belongs to.
Okay, well, now it's the knife, because now we can finally point to, like, hooray, this.
Take that!
Let's take a good look at the murder weapon that was used to kill Manny Kochin. On the handle of this knife there is a beautifully blooming flower. However, it would appear that it's missing a single petal.
You recognize it now, buddy?
Now, let's see what happens when we try to fit this pick in that slot.
It's a perfect fit.
I assume that the petal must have fallen off the flower during Mr. Kochin's murder.
Okay, so by the time it was put in the bouquet, then it had already been used to kill him. Oh well, put back in the bouquet, I guess.
And then it was accidentally placed into the pushcart along with Mr. Kochin's body.
Objection!
That is an interesting story. Nothing more.
Objection!
Oh, I assure you it's more than just a story. Because for some odd reason, this flower petal was wet when I found it.
It was wet, you say?
Well, I can't really prove that, can I?
Yes, and the only place it could have gotten wet from is the open-air stage's pool. Now I ask you, how did a part of the weapon which was smuggled into the theater wind up in the open-air stage area on the Babbly side of the embassy?
Yeah, I mean, the picture was before Alabast because Polona was in it, and I don't really think they'd let him in exactly. Like, they would meet in the, neutral area.
I don't think I need to waste any words explaining this, as this petal explains it all for me. It proves that someone went from the Rose Gardens pool on through into Babel.
Impossible.
The people of Zhangfa have been waiting to see you face to face, Mr. Alba. I'll tell everyone back home will be there soon. You should be happy.
Why?
Why? It's a little late to be asking that question.
Hey, Uwe, how's it going? I remember from this case is when Alba stood up. Yeah, we had to change his voice at that point.
You should have known from the very beginning, when you took your first life. No matter how you may plot or how you may try to cover it all up, you can never hide from your crime and what you've done. Because we're here to see to it that justice is served to people like you.
Objection!
You cannot go when you have given a perfect argument.
You know, I don't think this guy is going to ever admit to his wrongdoings, Mr. Edgeworth. Because he values himself above all else. People who can't be negotiated with or people who refuse to admit when they've lost. I don't believe those kinds of people really exist because everyone breaks eventually.
You're right. In that case, I have no choice but to use all of the evidence I have.
Just start throwing all of it at him, literally. The box of hot dogs, the spear, just throw it all at him.
I'll use it all until he breaks under the weight of his crimes. Mr. Alba, I request you testify once more.
Use the badge. Oh man, imagine if the badge was actually the finishing blow.
This really will be the end of the line.
Holy shit, fuck, seriously? There's no... Oh my god, I'm glad I was prepared to run late tonight. I am so ordering food in after this. March 15th, 3:33 a.m. Theater Neutralis lobby. I'm going to have to ask my wife for additional tea, I think. I'm burning through my voice doing this. Mr. Alba, I request that you testify once more. This is the case that never ends. Like I said, everywhere I went looking for numbers, this was the third longest case on record, though Sione informs me that because we now actually have Ace Attorney Investigations 2 here, it has an even longer final case. The absolute unrelenting length of this Alba section is what everyone recalls above this case, above all else. Honestly, what'll stick in my head, I think, is just the fact that before I ever got to the real case, I had like a full case worth of dealing with Larry and Kay being incorrectly accused, you know? Like, there was an entire case worth of just that.
Mr. Alba, I request you testify once more. As if there was anything else left for me to testify about. I still have yet to fully prove it was Mr. Alba who murdered Mr. Cochin. Well, I would like to hear about your movements before the murder occurred.
Yes, it had a Larry section. It had a Larry section and an Old Bag section. In sequence. Wait, did I actually read that? I did. I think I skipped a line. Oh, no. Yeah, I did.
I wonder if you could tell us about what you did here at the Theater Neutralis? Well, I suppose I could tell you about that. Because all I did was watch the Steel Samurai stage show.
Okay, I've kind of been waiting for this. Ever since they left us with this spear and said, because he bent it, Larry couldn't do the early summer rain jab special attack, which we've gathered is how the show ends. I've been waiting for someone's alibi to hinge on saying they watched the show and mistakenly declaring that he did this bit when he didn't.
Elaborating on even that alone is good enough for me. The only way for me to place this man under arrest is to pinpoint the exact location of where the murder took place, for that is the key to this investigation.
I've been sitting on this exact room fighting with Alba for like, yeah, it's been a while. That's absolutely what's about to happen. I've been waiting for it! The Steel Samurai show. Also, I just can't wait to throw the hot dogs at somebody.
I watched from the last row. The stage was well lit, but it was dark out in the audience. I swear I was there in the audience, but it is hard to prove that, I suppose. I do remember the contents of the show very well, though. Is that proof enough for you? Those moving scenes were seared into this old man's heart. I will never forget them.
Here we go. Okay, I'm going straight to the last line. I'm just gonna press him on that.
So you were in the theater proper watching the Steel Samurai stage show, were you? Of course I was. I have a great fondness for the Steel Samurai.
Yeah, I was pretty cool up there, wasn't I?
You are not the one who was
Cool. It's the Steel Samurai who was cool. A bitch in a suit ain't it. Yeah, and the Steel Samurai's special finishing move today was really something, huh? Hey, Edgy. Who is she? Who is this super cute girl?
She's been standing here this whole time and only now he notices her? Her ninja skills are clearly leveling up. Her name is Kay Faraday. She's helping me in my investigation.
Sorry I didn't get to introduce myself earlier, but like, better late than never. She's underage, that's what? I mean, but... Stealth 30 versus Perception 0. To be fair, that's pretty much what me in a tabletop game turns out to be. Yes, it's okay. I'm Larry Bats. Not the Larry music. I know, Razor. Fear it, for it is here. Silence in the peanut gallery. There is no time for such trivialities at a time like this. Mr. Prosecutor, this is the final battle. You got that?
I know. This is the end for that man there. Also, shut the fuck up, Larry.
Now that's the kind of thing I like to hear. Okay, y'all said you liked Lang. I'll give it to you. He's grown on me a lot. It took a while to get there. But prior to this case, he was... Even for half of this case, he was pretty unlikable. But I like him now. I think I'll give trusting you a try, Mr. Prosecutor. Or rather, Mr. Edgeworth. Hey, I'll take it. I've got a name now. It's almost like when Bad called me Mr. Edgeworth. Lang has a slow roll? Yeah, he do. I leave this critical battle up to you, Mr. Edgeworth. Have no fear, I will finish the job. The only thing I really did not like about him is how utterly inconsistent he was in regards to evidence mattering. Hey, Luna. And yes, I'm totally hyped to throw the spear at someone. This really is the endgame. The time has come to expose every last one of Mr. Alba's lies. Alright, so I just want to go to the last one. I want to press him because I want him to tell me what is seared into his frickin' brain.
Hold it!
I agree, today will be a day to remember, especially when we finally make you pay for all the wrongs you've committed.
What?
Hey, that's what the Steel Samurai says when he defeats the evil magistrate. Yeah, actually, that was just something I ad-libbed.
You may act all surprised, but naturally, you remember this line, don't you?
Of course I do. I just now understand how the evil magistrate felt, that is all.
Then allow me to make you identify with the evil magistrate some more.
Hey, then that makes you the Steel Samurai, huh?
Well, if you had to complete the analogy, I suppose then yes. And I do believe it's time to bring the curtains down on this with a bang.
I wonder if Mr. Alba was really there watching the show.
I don't think so, because the only time he had to commit the murder was during the show. And the only time he could have placed the body into the pushcart was during the scenes when the Iron Infant was not out on stage.
And that means that by the end of the stage show... Are you saying the body was already in the pushcart by then?
Oh, good God. Wheeled out on stage.
No way! You mean I was pushing a dead body around?
That you used me in such a foul manner is unforgivable, evil magistrate. Well put, Steel Samurai.
And now I'll show to all those present just who was the evil magistrate that the Steel Samurai must defeat.
Okay, well that didn't give me what I wanted. Do I just have to hit him with the evidence? I really figured... Let's press him on the one before that. He says he remembers the contents. Okay, yeah, he remembers the contents. Let's press on that. I'm probably just one line off and where it's pressing.
Well, I remember the contents of the show as well myself.
That's nice.
That's nice.
Yes, Edgeworth, don't allow yourself to be riled up by him at this important juncture.
I wasn't planning to let him.
If you ask me, I think I'm the biggest Steel Samurai expert around here. And I didn't think the climactic scene of today's show was just totally awesome.
Yes, I remember that well, and that spectacular special move. The way you delivered the final blow against the evil magistrate, early summer rain jab.
Thank you. This is a bitch who read the script.
That scene will live on in my heart forever.
Is that how it went? I totally forgot about that.
How can you forget your own special moves? That's the special attack that the Steel Samurai uses when he's using the Samurai Spear.
Yes, and today was the first time they showed it off, was it not? But I hadn't watched the show, and how could I answer you with the name of the move?
I suppose you're correct, but if you could, please elaborate on this point for me.
One of the scenes was this never-before-seen early summer rain jab. Broke-ass spear, don't cut it.
Objection!
The special move today was the early summer rain jab. Is that your final answer?
Objection!
In future, I am never giving a major character the VIP voice again. I have completely underestimated what it's like to do that for hours on end.
You little irritating gnat. Do you think you can trip me up by asking the same question over and over?
That was not my intention. Your testimony is more than sufficient. However, I believe it would be wise for you to take a look at this.
Yeah, no, seriously, it's working me over good.
The samurai spear? What about it?
This spear actually never made it on stage today.
Excuse me?
Unfortunately for you, tonight's Steel Samurai happened to be a goof of a young man with an abundance of useless hot-bloodedness.
What? No, Protag killed my voice in, Danganronpa. Though to be fair, there has been far more speaking, like... It's been hours and hours of just me speaking, and he has the majority of lines. Oops, I actually skipped a line too.
Having said that, said useless man bent the spear during his rehearsal this evening. Kate, do you remember what the Steel Samurai's special move was tonight?
It was the Steel Samurai Sushi Slash. Upside metaphor is voiced. Well, hopefully not two voiced, because I still like to do some voices.
Oh, fuck.
Correct. Because he couldn't use the spear, a last-minute change was made. Had you really been watching the show, you would have known the move that was used. Kokus Elba, you didn't watch even a single minute of the Steel Samurai stage show tonight, did you?
Yeah, somebody just read the script. So if he wasn't watching the show tonight. So it opens up the possibilities that he was busy killing Mr. Kochin instead.
So, where were you during the show? I demand an answer now.
Okay, we still don't have him.
What is so funny?
You are so sloppy. And so are your conclusions. I still insist that I watch the show, or most of it in any case.
And what do you mean by most of it?
You see, during the show, I left my seat for a spell to visit the bathroom. I assumed that was when that dramatic scene was played out on stage.
That is the lousiest, lamest excuse I've ever heard in my life, pal. Just because I got the name of the move wrong. I can't really use that as proof that I didn't watch the show at all.
As a fan of the Steel Samurai, I had wanted to watch the entire show, honestly.
Objection!
As a Steel Samurai fan, or someone who wasn't even in his seat for the climax of the show, you have no right to call yourself a Steel Samurai fan ever.
Not relevant. I did, in fact, ask for tea. Who just holded it? Us.
Here's your tea.
Thank you very much. Hooray! Waifu to the rescue with a fresh cup of tea, because this shit's killing me.
Waifu to the rescue.
Who was that just now? You know, when he has the mask on, I'm not entirely certain how I should be voicing him. Oh, wait. No, you know what? Just for this bit, I'm gonna change it. It would be I, young lady. Edward's fanboyism, and this is so funny. He won't ever admit to it either.
Larry, what are you doing interrupting me like that?
Edgy, please, hold for a second, I beg. You may never accept this old man as a Steel Samurai fan, but, like, I totally think he's a Steel Sammaniac. Sammaniac, that's what we call him, huh? What exactly is a Steel Sammaniac, pal? I believe he meant to say a Steel Samurai Maniac. Yeah, and trust me, I know a real fan when I see one, because I'm the Steel Samurai.
Objection!
I will never acknowledge you as the true Steel Samurai.
What are you getting so worked up over, Mr. Edgeworth?
It appears that the real Steel Samurai recognizes me as a fan. As well he should, for I am a fan. It is not as though I missed the entire show. It was a most amazing show filled with the spirit of the young and the young at heart.
The sarcasm dripping from his long wooden nose couldn't run any thicker. For the young and the young at heart. This is... Wait, didn't Old Bag fuck up the show a ton? Those guards on the side be like, please hurry up, our arms are getting tired of saluting. That's okay, mine fell asleep. It's just staying up there on its own now.
Getting the name of the move wrong only proves he didn't watch the last scene.
Oh, maybe an Xbox. There were a lot of random gift subs going on. And Twitch's algorithm is apparently really screwy, it turns out.
What I really need here is something more definitive. Something that links Mr. Alba directly to the murder of Mr. Manny Cochin.
You know what, Gramps? You're really something else.
I am honored to receive such praise from the Steel Samurai, but what is it for?
Well, I was just wondering how you found out about the early summer rain jab. That move is a bit of a secret that only a small portion of the staff know about.
Oh wait, it was a secret? Larry, wait, what did you just say?
Oh, did I see something stupid again?
Did you say that the early summer rain jab was actually a secret?
Oh, well, maybe I shouldn't have said secret. It's more like we only decided on the name of the move right before the start of the show. Right before? Yeah. So the stage director was going nuts because we were supposed to debut the move. Okay, this is new. About 5 minutes before the show, we threw it up on the dressing room's whiteboard. And what's sitting there? The card. Early summer rain jab. That's kind of how we decided the name of the move. By that time, I'd already bent the spear, so I guess the whole thing was kind of pointless.
All of you Steel Samurai actors are the same. The actor has my complete sympathy.
But long story short, because we changed the move to Sushi Slash, we kind of pretended that the early summer rain jab move didn't exist at all. I mean, it'd be bad if someone found out we changed the move, so we made it a secret.
So basically, a gag order was issued for publicity's sake?
It almost makes the early summer rain jab sound like a lost art. Yeah, which is why I think most of the staff haven't even heard of the move.
Objection!
Hold those lips of yours still.
What the heck, old man?
I have done nothing but listen, and from what I can tell, it is all very unrelated to the case. It is also very tedious and a pointless exercise in wasting time, much like a kid's show.
That doesn't sound like a fan.
Objection!
Mr. Alba, I believe the one who should be quiet now is you.
How dare you?
I suspect you've already noticed exactly what the very severe implications are in this man's testimony.
And the only way you would have known about it is if you went backstage, where the cart was.
So now you are trying to bully me, huh? There are no implications to be read into a behind-the-scenes story of a kid's show.
Knuckle back!
Don't even think about trying to slither your way out of this, Carcass Alba.
You were the one who said it yourself that the name of the move was Early Summer Rain Jab? But that name was only decided upon right before the show was about to start.
So, just what are you driving at?
Need to make something to eat so Cherthulu will take me? Oh, well, while you have yourself something to eat, Ningwam, your sacrifice will be appreciated. Cherthulu, take thee. I'll catch you later on.
But the name of the move you told us was never used in the show or said aloud.
Now then, would you care to tell us about how you found out the name of that move?
Because I can only think of one way you could have known.
Carcass Alba, this is the only way you could have known the name of the move.
You saw it. On the board.
You knew the name because you saw it.
You saw it on the dressing room's whiteboard. The staff members who knew were keeping it a secret, so you couldn't have simply gone up to a staff member and asked, which means that the only other option left is that you saw it on the whiteboard.
So that means Mr. Alba was in there at some point, right?
Yes. Praise the sacrifice. Praise be to Chair Thulu.
Oh, that was the other one I wanted to add to the list of emotes.
We gotta make a Chair Thulu one. Fun thing is, I actually got more animation software recently, so during my December time off, I'm actually kind of looking forward to tackling a few emotes, just doing a bit of hand animation work.
Oh, so what's the big deal? So I don't see what that means.
There is another piece of evidence that has a great deal to do with the dressing room, so we can't afford to let this slide. This is related to both the dressing room and to Mr. Cochin's murder. Well, this is going back to the cart then, because the cart was right there in the dressing room.
Take that!
The push cart that was used to move the body was right there in the dressing room. During the show, the push cart awaited its turn to be pushed on stage in the dressing room. And it was finally pushed there along with the Iron Infant in the last scene of the show. That seems like such a huge risk. And then right after the show ended, it went into Alabasta along with the Steel Samurai. Which means that the only time the killer could have placed the body inside the pushcart was when the pushcart was in the dressing room backstage.
So basically, the killer has to be someone who visited the dressing room during the show.
Precisely. That man's face is very creepy when it starts to break like that.
Oh, but wait, what if, and this is just a what if, what if the murder took place right in the dressing room? No, what do you mean, Kay?
I'm curious what happened during the show that it only ever showed up in the last scene, right? Like, just, it's the Iron Infant. All right, wheel him off stage. It's the end, wheel him on stage. I have to admit, she brings up a valid possibility. During the show, the dressing room was supposed to be devoid of people.
Slipping undetected into a private dressing room would be as simple as pie.
As the killer must have come up with the idea to move the body with the push cart then too.
Correct, thus making the theater's dressing room the ideal location for the murder of Manny Cochin.
Now, I do have a small issue with that.
They're not wrong,
but if so much of this was planned out and executed methodically, the availability of, like, the push cart and that kind of stuff seems a little bit more spur of the moment. But a lot of the other elements seem very, very, very thought out, so it doesn't quite jive with the rest of it.
Carcass Alba, during the show, you went down to the dressing room, and I want to know why.
Yes. Yes, I was there. I went into the dressing room.
I know it. I'm placing you under arrest right now, pal. You got that? Arrest.
Objection!
His objection is so meaty sounding.
Not so fast.
What is it now?
Do I not deserve a chance to explain myself?
Explain? Oh, what is there to explain?
I believe I told you earlier that I went to the bathroom. Well, I got lost when I did. I wanted to ask for directions, but when I opened the dressing room door, no one was inside. And that is when I saw the name of the move on the whiteboard.
Oh my god, this is reminding me of the first Phoenix Wright when we had people who were like, blah blah blah's testimony, the fourth revision.
You punk. You're still trying to get out of this?
Do you really think you can get away at this point?
Mr. Edgeworth, is there anything you can do to stop him?
Kay, shoot him. Lost his own embassy?
Technically, he's in the theater. It's not necessarily part of his embassy.
Plus, he could pull the doddering old man card, but I don't have enough evidence on hand to do anything. I don't have the airtight evidence I need to put this man away for good. And that's what I need, then, perhaps. Agent Lang, I believe an investigation of the dressing room in question is in order. It is possible we may find new evidence there, Yeah, give Mr. Edgeworth pokes around in there. I'm sure he'll find some new facts, pal.
Oh, and if we use Little Thief, we may even learn something from a recreation.
Not enough for good? What about putting him away for evil?
Thank you for the bits, Bill. Oh no, we're the corrupt here. We only put good people away.
That's how this works, right?
We don't need to do any of that.
What? Wolfie? How could you?
I'm not saying this to be mean. It's just that we've already searched there. My men really are something else.
And they found nothing?
Thank God, spare me an investigation. There's only one thing I can say to you, sis, and it's that they found nothing. That's it.
I guess you're right. If they had found something, they would have reported it to us.
This is his 5th revision as a note.
Oh my god. He's so annoying.
I could not find anything because there was nothing there to find.
If there's no info to feed into Little Thief, then I can't do much to help either.
Is this the end? For Zombie Shakespeare?
Oh shit, that's one for the Simpsons jar. Sorry, wife.
The murder took place in this theater, which is not protected under extraterritorial rights. And the fact that it was Mr. Alba himself who committed the murder. If I can't prove both statements to be true, Mr. Alba walks away a free man.
I blocked this case from memory for a reason.
Why do I keep picking the Phoenix Wright games with the worst final cases?
The first one, awful, entirely too long. This one, awful, entirely too long. Unfortunately, I didn't get to it in Spirit of Justice, but apparently that one's notorious for having the longest case in the entire series. At nearly twice the length of this one.
Well, apparently the end of cards has turned out to be a bust. Now, if you will excuse me.
To be fair to Spirit, it's long, but it's awesome. It's so long, apparently.
Because of the people, I missed my flight.
Man.
Thank you for the bits. It's too long, man. I didn't skip the last case. I never played to it. We covered the first case as part of a preview before the game launched for Capcom. And that was all I played of it. I just find it funny that of the 3 games I've touched, it's apparently the top 3 longest cases.
Now I must make haste to arrange for a new one.
Who's holding it now? Larry? No, old bag. Old bag? Who is it now? Old bag. I thought she was too quiet.
Hold it right there, you whippersnappers.
Oh, first Larry, and now you.
What was that scary monster-like scowl on your face, that Chipo? Don't treat me like I'm some sort of nuisance. I don't mean to say this, but all of you keep talking about things I don't get at all. You're all leaving this lady in the sad, depressing, lonely dust that I'm about to cry in. Why did you have to speak up right at this instant? But you know what, Chipo? Cheer up.
We're finally going to get to some samurai dogs? Maybe just like long cases. It doesn't have quite the same ring as long man. I'm going to take a deep drink for this.
I'm about to give you the most wonderful thing.
The most wonderful thing?
From you? It's so super special I couldn't give it away to just anyone you know. Oh, my special present of love to my sweet edgy poo, are you ready? Is this.
It's it's a box of those samurai dogs, right?
Yes, oh edgy poo, here, go and eat one and you'll feel right as rain.
Okay. I know I said I wanted to finally, like, use the samurai dogs, but this is not the way I meant. Dude, Long Man was the best set of commercials.
Oh, edgy poo, here, go and eat one and you'll feel right as rain.
I like how intensely disapproving everyone, even Kay, looks.
Are we through here?
Why'd everyone get so quiet all of a sudden? Edgy Poo,
Long man.
tell me you
has
understand the
blood.
depths of this lady's love for you. Thank you for the bit spell. I'm not one to hand out snacks willy-nilly, you know. No, sir. The thought occurred to me that maybe it would be good if I fed you and made sure you were nice and full one day. It's my dream to serve you some of my own homemade food. I mean, isn't that the desire of every woman, to make sure that their beloved never goes hungry? And that's what I want to experience. Tell you one thing, though, a long time ago, they used to say they could make the most delicious meal of any ingredient here in front of me. I was assigned vacation back then.
Mr. Edgeworth, can you do anything about her?
Help me, please.
I think that one goes to me. Which unfortunately means that the bitch and I are now tied for this game. God damn it. There is no power on earth that can force that woman into silence.
I'm so sick and tired of all you people do is look down on me. Oh my god, who gave this woman lifesteal? Even this box of samurai dogs played me for a fool.
Wait, why?
It had a special design on its fan like the Japanese flag, so I thought it was special.
Okay.
When I hate when it tasted just like all the rest, oh, it made me so mad.
Wait, a special box with a Hinamaru-like fan on it?
I've never heard of such a piece of merchandise existing before. However, there it is. The red sun on this fan is filled in. Blood? Was there maybe just a tiny bit of blood in the dressing room, and that's it?
Is it possible? Could it be? After the show, the samurai dogs are piled up on the dressing room floor. However, there's no such thing as a Hinamaru dog.
Taken from the dressing room, the fan's red sun is filled in for some reason.
And this contradiction of facts between something that should not exist and yet does. The rays from this red sun may be just what we needed to point us in the right direction.
A present? The studio bigwigs basically told us to play delivery boys. We were supposed to hand the dogs off to the embassy people and tell them hi. I had to pile them onto the pushcart just to move them. Box of samurai dogs are sitting in the pushcart.
I believe I understand what this means, correct? You killed Mr. Kojin at this theater and then placed his body inside the pushcart. And then, you forced the Steel Samurai to unwittingly move the body for you. It's time to piece the final pieces of this logic puzzle together. No matter how fragile or small the connections may be.
Oh, I'm going to save. It's been a bit. And this is very long.
Once we found them all, the weight of the truth will be revealed.
So, oh god, what's the order they want here? The box of samurai dogs are sitting in the pushcart and the Hinamaru dogs. I've only got 3 things. Okay. So, there were dogs in here, but then there's a body in the pushcart. So they had to get taken out. I think. Hey, Ningwin, welcome back. Yes, there was a final showdown.
The killer used the pushcart to transport the body, which means that they had to remove the samurai dogs from within first. Therefore, the samurai dogs that were piled up on the dressing room floor were most likely taken out of the pushcart by the killer.
Alright. Samurai dogs removed. Dogs are put on dressing room floor by the killer to make room for the body. And all that leaves us with is the Hinamaru dogs and the dogs being removed.
That which should not exist, this box of samurai dogs with a Hinamaru on it. If this red sun was filled in when the killer was busy removing samurai dogs from the pushcart,
then it's proof that the murder took place in the dressing room. As long as this red substance turns out to be what I believe it to be. Wendy Oldbag. Oh, oh. I thank you.
Just made her millennia.
What you have given to me is truly something very special.
Ay, Jeepoo. Mr. Edgeworth, are you sure you're feeling okay, sir?
Mr. Alba, as I suspected, you killed Mr. Cochin in the dressing room.
How many times must I listen to you repeat yourself? Have you not yet figured that out? Your words are meaningless, worthless, and powerless. The only way I'm going to continue to cooperate is with some definitive evidence.
That arrogance, that self-confidence. You believe you've erased every piece of evidence that could incriminate you. However, there remains one piece here, and it is what will put you away for good.
You're bluffing.
Oh, hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Oh, you stopped calling me Edgeworth. Sounds like you finally found them. You finally found the fangs we need to go after this guy's jugular. So tell me, what about the box of samurai dogs is going to put the old man away? This, and then I just beat him to death with the box.
The trace evidence that'll bring him down? Why, it's here, of course.
Oh, good God, controller, please. There we go.
This box of samurai dogs with a Hinamara fan on it, this should never have existed. So I want you all to take a good look at this red spot. It's a single drop of blood.
Huh? What?
Blood, you say?
Edgeworth opens the box and pulls out a gun. Gotcha, motherfucker! It's that little derringer that Callisto keeps around. This is one of the most BS moments in this case. The chances of the blood hitting the carton perfectly to go, yeah, I know, right? Like, the tiniest little drop.
Agent Lang, I'd like this blood analyzed post-haste.
I gotta admit, I'm a bit surprised. I can't believe we found blood in a place like this. Hey, you, get this down to the lab, pronto. Why was there blood in the box to begin with?
If we think about the flow of the crime, I think the reason will become obvious. Larry, you said you transported these samurai dogs with the pushcart, correct?
Oh, yeah, you have a great memory, Edgy. That pushcart was a bit too big for my son, you know what I mean? So to make sure everyone could see him, I had to pile some stuff in. I figured the samurai dogs were there, so I used them to fill up the cart.
If what Larry says is true, then what were the boxes doing on the floor?
I see. The killer took them out in order to place the body in the pushcart.
Exactly, and that is when I believe the victim's blood found its way onto that box.
Oh, and I've been investigated the room. Not a single box of samurai dogs was in there. Because somebody had taken them all. Because embassy staff members had already confiscated them.
Yes, no doubt to hide the evidence of the murder.
It's a good thing Miss Oldbag managed to steal that one box before they got to them, huh? Looks like Miss Oldbag also managed to put this great thief to shame.
What a scandalous way of putting that. I didn't steal. I received it from myself.
Alright, I'll give you that one, lady.
Carcass Alba, I'd say this is one very fatal oversight on your part.
Objection!
He's still not done. Jesus.
Sorry to rain on your little love fest, however.
How can he be so self-confident in a no-win situation like this?
Even if that blood turns out to belong to Mr. Cochin, then what?
So, Mr. Edgeworth, it sounds like he's not ready to call it quits, huh?
The sole piece of evidence that was left at the scene of the crime. That alone has shed light on a new fact. At the very least, we now have proof that the murder occurred in the dressing room.
And you say that like it means something.
Huh? Well, once again, he can just say like, oh yes, I got lost while looking for the bathroom. There was no one in there at the time. I saw the name on the thing and then I left and went and took a piss. Womp womp. Yeah, Larry with the summer rain jab and Oldbag with the dogs. I can't believe they're saving us. It is the year 2006. Miles Edgeworth is debating a tree. It is 2024. Miles Edgeworth is still debating the same tree. Ain't that the truth?
Excuse me, sirs.
Unless that blood was like on his thumb and literally is a fingerprint on that thing, I'm not sure where they're going. Report. What were the results of the analysis?
Sir, the analysis came back and confirmed that the red substance is blood.
I knew it. With this, Carcass Alba.
Objection!
Blood of who? Or what?
Mr. Edgeworth, I wonder if you might humor my question.
Your question?
The one from before, or have you forgotten? Even if that is Mr. Cochin's blood, what difference would it make?
Not so fast!
Like we already told you, it proves that the crime scene was that dressing room.
Objection!
But it does not prove that I am your killer, does it?
That's... I'm going back to my old ways of not wanting evidence. I'll just arrest him until it's the right guy. Yeah, where's that attitude when we need it, Lang? Take him now.
He has a very good point. The blood in the box doesn't prove that Mr. Alba is the killer.
Then, this evidence, it's meaningless? Yeah, Alba, for fuck's sake. This is, my god. This is like the courtroom equivalent to, I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. Just, dude, stop. Stop it already. Ah, can't be. We're so close, sir. I want to smack this smug look off his face. Please do. Come on, there's got to be something we can do.
We finally found a solid piece of evidence. There must be something I can expose with it. Oh, I can't think of a single thing.
Oh god. And now is the time. One more hold it. Not from the Steel Samurai Daddy. Not from the Steel Samurai Mommy. But bizarrely from the Iron Infant. Off the turnbuckle. With a chair. Heh 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 heh.
You'll excuse me, I gotta go. Oh my god, not again. Please tell me that was the Iron Infant this time. Who was that? It is too late. I will not allow anyone to stop me now.
That wasn't me, pal. And it wasn't me this time either. Oh, it wasn't me either. It was me. Who is me?
Why did you...
Because I haven't finished reporting everything to you, sir. Oh, forensics dude. Okay, guy.
There's more?
What? Well, hurry up and spit it out.
Yes, sir. Look, I just want to be part of the scene. That blood I mentioned. It's not of the same blood type as the victim's blood.
MUNT is me.
What? No. Carcass Alba. Is it your fucking blood? I am you and he is me. Thank you for the bits, Bill. Actual forensics guy. So... oh man. Does that mean it's Carcass's? That's great, if it is. Because then we can stick him at the same point.
What?
What do you mean it's not the same type? You mean it's not the victim's blood? If it isn't his, then who the hell's is it? Who's bleeding?
I don't know, sir. All I know is it's not the same blood type as the victim, sir.
What should we do now, Mr. Edgeworth? Like, we have no idea what's going on anymore.
Neither do I.
My, what an amusing turn of events. The blood drop proves something to be true, alright. Namely, my words.
And which one of your words would that be?
The ones where I said that your words are meaningless, worthless, and powerless. That blood has nothing to do with the murder investigation whatsoever. Need I remind you that the blood got onto that box long before it entered my embassy?
What sort of nonsense? Yeah, they probably did a comparison to the victim, because, I mean, they've got his blood to be on file. We don't necessarily have this dude's. Yeah, it's blood, pal. There's no way it's not related to the murder.
So I would like to believe. But what if someone preparing the samurai dogs had a small nosebleed? What then?
Yeah, I guess it's possible. Damn it. Have we been wasting our time on a red herring? Haha, I see what you did there.
The blood does not belong to anyone connected to the case. That should be clue enough.
Carcass Alba, you bastard.
Silence. Don't you ever address me with such filthy words again. I have wasted enough time here with you, and you have your answers. Now let me through.
Knuckle back!
Alba, it doesn't matter where you run off to, you'll never escape me. Someday, I'll have the satisfaction of sinking my fangs into you. You'll see. And all of Interpol will be behind me, working to see to it that day comes.
Do you know what your words sound like to me? Yip yip. Yip yip. Bark bark. They sound like the whinings of a pathetic loser of a mutt.
Aroo! I can't read Aroo and not think of Nixon from Futurama.
Is this really the extent of all we can do? Is the blood really from someone completely unrelated to the case? Or is there another possibility? Someone else other than the victim? Just when I thought I had him backed into a corner, it is I who has been backed into one. In a situation like this, what would that man do?
Underneath the cravat is what would Phoenix do shirt.
What would he who can turn any desperate situation around do? Turn it around.
He would bullshit. Yeah!
That's it. I must turn my way of thinking around. It's not whose blood is this. It's whose blood could get onto the box like this, and if I think about it that way, if the blood got onto the box when the body was being placed into the push cart, then the owner of said blood must have been in the dressing room at the time. And there is only one person that could be.
Well, I must praise you for trying so hard. It is because of you kids that I was removed from center stage. And I will be forced to live on the rest of my life in the shadows, unfortunately. But it is not a total loss, as the underworld will allow me more freedom than you will ever know. Freedom like what the raven feels as it flies through the dark night sky. You cannot lay a finger on me, not now or ever. The arm of the law is powerless before me.
Objection!
Powerless, is it? I wouldn't be so sure about that if I were you.
What do you mean?
Allow me to describe you in one word. Pitiful.
Pitiful. How so?
Carcass Alba, your wings were clipped long ago. And for someone who is trying to fly away on them without noticing that fact, pitiful is the perfect word to describe you.
Mere words.
What do you mean his wings are clipped, Mr. Edgeworth?
Just what you think it means, Kay. We had already caught him in our trap a while back. With an incredibly powerful, definitive piece of evidence.
Hey, Arthur, Mr. Prosecutor. Gotta speak in English. What are you talking about? What piece of evidence?
The piece I speak of is, of course, this drop of blood.
But we know it is not from the victim. I do not see how it remains relevant to the case at all.
And Miss Von Karma, I believe that is exactly why it's very important to the case. And the part that is the most important is the fact that it is not the victim's blood. You're looking a little pale. Good, then I believe you are already aware of what I mean.
Then, you know who the blood belongs to?
Of course I do. This piece of evidence is the irrefutable proof that will stop the killer in his tracks. The blood that soiled this box of samurai dogs belongs to this person.
Colleagues, to you now.
Mask to mask the second!
Yeah, it's Kurosawa's blood.
Take that!
The blood of the red sun on this box belongs to you, Kirkus Alba.
What?
Why is his blood on the box of samurai dogs? He's not even a victim.
Oh my god, self-defense.
The blood fell onto the box Mr. Kochin's body was being loaded into the push cart. At that time, the only two people in the dressing room were the victim and his killer.
So that's what you mean. The blood doesn't belong to the victim.
Since there's only one other person it could belong to.
Yes, and that person is the murderer himself. That is the only logical conclusion.
Yeah, but Mr. Kochin was the one who was stabbed, sir. Now, why would Mr. Alba have been the one who was bleeding?
What if during the murder, Mr. Kochin had fought back?
You mean if before Mr. Alba could kill him, Mr. Kochin managed to wound Mr. Alba?
Yes, and I believe we have a piece of evidence that proves that he was bleeding then.
And the piece of evidence that shows that he was probably bleeding at the time. They gave us the... Okay, yeah, it's just his wound.
Take that!
Mr. Alba, you bear on your body a great wound.
That was from when the Master II attacked me with a pair of scissors.
Yeah, and that happened way after he was in the dressing room?
Oh, but is that what really happened? You can manufacture a weapon by smearing blood on it, so I can't just accept that as fact.
Oh, good god. Which game has Turnabout Big Top? So I know to skip it.
Shall we try a test, Mr. Alba, and see if the shape of your wound matches the scissors?
Objection!
You really are something else, Mr. Edgeworth.
It's unfortunately game 2. Oh, is this a big part of why everyone recommends that I not fucking play that one? New Suffering Goal, play game 2. No.
You do not let a single thing slip you by, no matter how insignificant the possibility.
You want to talk, Mr. Alba. You've managed to give the law the slip for 10 years as the smuggling ring's leader. No matter the danger, you can hide every last ounce of fear and anxiety from everyone. You truly are a one-of-a-kind criminal.
Objection!
I am the master of my fear. However, to think that a person such as you could miss such a large thing.
You believe I've overlooked something?
You said that my wound was caused by Mr. Kochin, and that it was caused here in one of the theater's dressing rooms, right?
Yes, that is correct.
I would like to point out that it is simply not possible. My wound is a stab wound, and one that could only have come from a blade. I wonder where you propose that such a weapon came from.
This theater is packed with security guards. It would have been impossible for anyone to come into this area with a weapon of any sort.
Knuckle back!
You need to say, yeah, just get a save file to skip Big Top. I mean, I suppose, if we're lucky, the way we could land it. What case number is it? Because if we're lucky, we could always do 2, manage to wrap a night at the end of case 2, and then I can just fucking do case 3 on my goddamn own, and we can skip it. Just as Mr. Alba was able to bring in the alabaster knife in a bouquet, there must have been some other way to sneak in a weapon of some sort.
And as long as you cannot prove what the other way is. All your talk about Mr. Kochin stabbing me is pure nonsense. So if that other way does exist, you'll better hurry and tell me now.
Oh, are we gonna come back to something very old?
With pleasure.
Wait, what?
Do it on stream, but let chat spoil for that case alone. You know what? That's kind of fair, actually. That might not be a bad way to do it. I haven't played Case 2 at all, or Game 2 at all. Third Case Syndrome is named after it, that and Danganronpa 2. I'm trying to remember, what's Danganronpa 2's third case? Oh. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Alright, so, how did Mr. Kochin bring a weapon into the theater? I mean, we know this thing is very well hidden. And it's also been sitting in my inventory for ages now. And I see that we fed Toa to the chair. Your sacrifice is appreciated.
Take that!
Among law enforcement, this piece is known as the Yatagarazu's key.
The key.
That's the key my father stole from here 7 years ago. And it is very unique in that it is both a key and a knife. A key and a blade. A keyblade, if you will. Meaning that under the guise of a key, it could have been easily brought into the theater. Yeah. You can dispose of the knife that stabbed you, and therefore you wiped off the blood and placed it back in Mr. Kochin's pocket. After all, the key itself opens the safe in his office. And inside that safe, there was a document about Cadopian paper, signed by Mr. Kochin. In order to make it look like Mr. Kochin died as the leader of the smuggling ring, you had to make it so that the police were the ones who opened that office safe. All that hard work to save yourself only served to destroy you in the end. Shall we try matching this knife's blade with your wound, Mr. Kirkus Alba? The one case made you want to smash your laptop? Okay, well, I'll tell you what. If we do Phoenix Wright 2 eventually on stream, I will let chat just run Big Top. Because that sounds super awful. That said, it will probably be some time before I do another Phoenix Wright game. Because this has kind of been a relative underperformer. So, I am going to move on to other things for a while. But I'll keep that in mind, and I'll no longer earmark Game 2 as, like, don't play it. And that is what some may call the coup de grace.
Impossible. You cannot take me down. Swine, all of you. Especially Manny Kochin. This is all because of that man's betrayal. He sought to steal control of the smuggling ring from me by removing me as ambassador, which is why I deserve to die while bearing the guilt for all my crimes for me. That's why I sent out the Atagaris' card and how this incident was born. Manny was supposed to be the smuggling ring's leader who was killed by the Atagarasu. But I had yet another reason, yet another story that was supposed to play out. Manny's death was supposed to bring everything to a close. And I would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for you meddling kids prosecutors.
I mean, we do have at least one meddling kid here, and honestly, I mean, Francisca's not that old at this point either, right? So... Game 2 is two incredibly strong cases, so you don't want to skip it. But the other two are the worst, and... oh no. Oh no.
Mr. Alba, I'm afraid there was one more question I forgot to ask. This country's or Alabast's? Which country's court would you like to face first? Either way, it's game over for you.
I don't even want to try and... yeah. Oh, wait, nope. That man is exploding. Oh my god, that's a face. Timber. March 17th, 11:21 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. This is it, the big day. It's Mr. Alba's trial today. Also, it's less murder than it was 7 years ago.
Next week, he's scheduled to stand trial in his own country of Alabast. Francisca is heading that one. I suspect she'll be serving a full course of whiplashes at it.
I think to face Miss Gorman got right after facing you, sir. I don't even want to think of what that would be like. Not only am I saying anything, but 2 mixes some defining high points of the original trilogy with the lowest lows of the entire franchise. Wow! Way to hit like the black and white, right? The maximum extremes. Well, honestly, Shit. There we go. Actually hit one of my under bumpers. I'm like, wait, I made everything disappear. No, his breakdown was not as good as Gamp, but it was pretty funny to watch him just wither. Kind of wanted him to fall over, though. Full timber. I caught a glimpse of Mr. Alba as he was being escorted to the courthouse. And boy, he looked about as glum as I do the day before I get my monthly paycheck. You know, I've been thinking. The flight attendant and even Mr. Portsmouth were all Mr. Alba's secret agents.
Correct. That smuggling ring was the common thread between all of the incidents. Gabby Emile was to provide support during smuggling ops using her job as an attendant. Mr. Portsmouth was to manipulate trials related to the ring to end in their favor.
Call you airlines and even the prosecutor's office. Now almost safe in the smuggling ring, huh, sir?
I suspect there are even more members of this ring spread throughout the world.
Yeah, it sounds like such a big op. I can't even begin to imagine what it's like. Nope, trying and failing.
What is it, Detective?
Nothing. It's just, well, I come to think of it, Mr. Ernest Domino's trial is also scheduled for later today, sir.
I'm aware of that. Mr. Amino has been working with the smuggling ring now for over 10 years. He used the Amino Group's various connections worldwide to assist the ring. All of that has come to an end as his conglomerate is now undergoing harsh scrutiny.
Look, you gotta give him a raise so you can cut his pay again. Eventually you reach a point where you cannot cut that man's pay any further, and thus his defining characteristic is lost. So, give him a raise so we can take it away.
I owe Mr. Amino a debt of gratitude, but he must pay his debt to society.
Yeah, well, with the arrest of both Mr. Alba and Mr. Amino, I guess that about wraps up the KG8 incident as well, huh?
I suppose so. The real killer in the KG8 incident 10 years ago was Manny Cochin, as suspected anyways. And 7 years ago, the killer in the second KG8 incident was Mackrell. Those 2 facts are the unshakable truth. However, it does seem that a lot of effort was put into hiding these and other truths from us. And I will expose it all at the trials today.
Solving cases left and right today, aren't you, sir?
CCU and Deadman. Perhaps now these 2 brave souls who tried to make the truth known can rest in peace. By the way, I received some gifts from Ambassador Poleno.
He looks like a benevolent lion there.
Shrimp, crab, beef, I don't need any of these, so I'm giving them to you.
Oh, what? Seriously, sir? Oh, wait. Actually, I don't think I want them anymore. Oh, you're holding them? Don't tell me they're just coupons, sir.
Detective Gumshoe, have you not read the paper recently? Ever since the 2 countries became Cadopia again, its economy has changed.
Yeah, really?
And it seems that Ambassador Poleno has reaped a few benefits of his own from it. He has been announced as the official ambassador of the newly reunified Cadopia.
Oh, I don't know whose voice that is. Oh, but what a pity. Even though every item he sent is a treasure, you don't seem all that interested. Well, if you don't want them, I can give them to my lovely assistant, Kay. Oh no, who's saying this? Ah, wait, that's not what I said. So, Mr. Edgeworth, please let me have him, sir. Oh, god damn it, Kay. Actually, come to think of it, where is Kay? Yeah, how come she's still not here? Apparently, his perception is also 0. Hey, you've got to be more alert than that. Ow. I can't believe you didn't notice. I was even mimicking Mr. Edgeworth's voice for a bit. I totally didn't notice you or realize the voice was you. She's stealing my lies. Again. Lang she says, ferocious love blooms with each new spring.
Agent Lang, a pleasant surprise to see you here.
It's been a long time since I set foot in a courthouse, but I wasn't going to miss watching the guy who screwed up my country finally get what's coming to him. Well, that and something else. I want to see you in action in court.
Is that so, Agent Lang?
We flushed out all the counterfeit bills, so Zhang Fa's finally at peace again. And it's all thanks to you, so I just want to say, thanks. Wow, I never thought I'd see the day that old Wolfie said thanks to Mr. Edgeworth.
I should be the one thanking you, Agent Lang. If you hadn't negated Mr. Alba's extraterritorial rights, I would not have been able to bring him to trial. I believe the victory belongs to the both of us in this case.
A shared victory, huh? Look, don't get me wrong. I'll still never forgive you prosecutors. And I have zero interest in that truth thing you talk about in court. What? I don't get him. I've always done things my own way, and that's not about to change. You got that?
I see. Well, I believe you should follow your own creed when you do your job.
Yeah, if there's ever someone your precious truth can't catch. Might I suggest stealing things? Lang, please, right, Razor? Feel free to sit around and cry about it all you want. But as for me, I'm gonna get that person no matter what.
Alright. It's about time for the trial to start. I will see you later.
I'll be watching a performance from the gallery. I'm looking forward to this. Also, maybe make sure that whoever you're prosecuting this time doesn't have any guns. Seriously. It's becoming an issue.
Yeah, I've read the whole ton of ticket tape for today's victory, sir. I'll throw some around when Mr. Edgeworth wins.
I hope you've got enough, because I'm going to go call my men up as well.
A modest amount of ticker tape goes a long way. The scene shifts to the courtroom, and the final act of this long tale begins. The legend of the great thief Yatagarasu is the story of those who chose to dedicate their lives to the pursuit of the truth. The prosecutors are those who seek a guilty verdict for the defendants they meet, and to that end you have no choice but to win by any means necessary. That creed was forced on me since I was very young. However, I no longer think that is all we prosecutors are, and that is because I stopped listening to Von Karma.
Now to play through the court case? My god, seriously, if they did that.
Even though I've only been away from courtroom for a short time, I feel as though it's been a lifetime since I've set foot in one. And today, more than any other day, I feel the fight within me rising.
Yep. Who just objected me? Are we epilogue? Nope, that was just me back then.
I'm really in Mr. Edgeworth's debt for the other day. Thanks to him, I'm still free to serve in the friendly blue skies. Oh, so about my suitcases. I've been selling them on the internet, and they've become a real sensation. What? Thanks to the praise the art world has lavished on my work as being truly postmodern, the airline has chosen me to design their new line of Go-You jumbo jets. Just think, someday you'll be able to take a ride in my pink-walled, yellow-suited jet.
Edgeworth! Oh, the rudeness of that rude man! Because of him, my time and money is wasted! More importantly, I received a most fantastic treasure recently. A primitive statue of the Principality of Cadopia. Weighs a bit light in my hands, but Ambassador Plato was most generous.
Oh, wait, but oh god, did he give him the fucking fake?
They finally caught Agent Hicks's killer, and I was able to witness Mr. Alba's teary eyes. It feels good to finally bring everything to a close. I received another offer from Interpol to work another case in cooperation with them. However, the Cordobian courts await. Cordobia's air is supposed to be very fresh, so my bib should find new vigor there.
Oh dear. Yes, the postmodern, super cursed Razor. Oh god, beacons.
Oh, this little patrolman's been fired as of today, sir. I thought it was safe since we found the gun I dropped. But I had noticed I dropped my police badge too. I guess what really broke the camel's back was that I couldn't find my badge.
Welcome.
My little life has suddenly tripped into a dark black hole, sir. Oh, God. I think I'll go to the courthouse file and complain with Ruffles Man. Ruffles Man. Salma's word welcome. Ruffles Man, that's our new name, huh? I was actually hoping to talk with Mr. Edward a bit more than I did. Oh God, we have the two Germans. Everything worked together. But I've got to get going and return to Europe. Still got a long way to go and a lot of stuff to study there. Next time I help Mr. Edward on a case, I'm going to do it as a real forensic scientist. I'm sure he's going to need all the help I can give him, scientifically. Yeah, Weekends is gone. Meekins. Should be a voice actor? I am a terrible voice actor. I'm just good at goofy mimics. Because kidnapping was staged, I was let off easy. But I will not be going outside anytime soon, but it is really okay. Only prison I am forever trapped in is Cage of Love. The guard down at the detention center. Well, when he is on guard duty... Oh dear. He has such cold look in his eyes, just like that prosecutor. Oh no. Oh, stop it, DeLorean. When will you ever learn to stop being a prisoner of love? Oh God, there's no saving that woman. Oh my goodness. Margaret German accent, thank you. That one I try. That one, thankfully, the Germans in my community have said is okay for me to do. It appears that all sorts of drama takes place outside the courtroom. Since we judges are here day in and day out, I've only heard a few rumors, but... apparently, Mr. Edgeworth teamed up with a thief and became a detective. Maybe I should team up with a bailiff and try to become a lawyer or something. Use those legs now that we know you have them. Official impressionist, I'll take it. Yeah, old ring pops, man. It's old candy. I guess it's technically still around, but yeah. Oh God, hers. Oh gosh, she was also Mishima. Damn, we did have some overlap voices in this one. Oh, I barely escaped death yet again. Yeah, boy, were you lucky to have Mr. Edgeworth help us out, huh? Yeah, but because I lost the key, I got fired from my security guard job. And don't let it get you down, Maggie. Yeah, you still got me. You're right, sir. I won't be sad. I'm gonna pick myself up and get through this. I wonder what my next job should be. Oh, this is actually kind of fun. Oh, sorry. Yes, run. This is epilogue. Enjoy the rest of the game.
Welcome to Cadopia for your summer vacation. We have coupons aplenty. Right now, our embassy is proud to present our Let's Investigate a Murder show.
You capitalizing bastard.
Well, recreating that particular case has created a few small fires of its own. We had a few problems with the fire marshals, and the next event will be great. Oh, it'll be wonderful. We got an attraction entitled Capture the Yatagarasu. Of course, I hope to, in this case, help in creating our latest attraction.
Oh, I bet she'd be down for it. Oh, man. Ah.
I can't believe that Mindy ditched me and went to Japan. But it's okay, because that's how I met Miharu. We're planning to go to Paris soon and start a business.
Oh, no.
We're gonna sell blue ocean dogs. They'll sell like hot dogs for sure. A blue hot dog and a blue bun, I guarantee it'll turn your tongue and your face blue. That's suffocation, bro. I'm not really the type to work a lot or at all, really. So I noticed I really haven't seen like the guy in the blue suit at all recently.
That's good.
I wonder what's up. Well, next time we meet, I'm gonna make him eat one of my dogs.
Run, Phoenix. Run. As far as you can. As fast as you can. Just run. Yes, Shadiest Line is the most wholesome dude here. I gave testimony in court today as a member of the by the way. Have you noticed that elements within the ring have begun moving?
They're probably fighting over who should succeed, over who should be the next boss. Although, to be honest, I wish I could forget I'd ever heard of that smoking ring.
Manji says, thoroughly bite the poisonous snake from head to tail. No one runs afoul of the law and escapes this wolf's fangs. I'll get you all yet.
Ah, youth. When did I become so old, I wonder?
Well, I mean, 7 years ago you still dodged a gun, so not that old.
Like I'm noticing the gray hairs in my beard more. Taking to retire in my mirror.
I know that feeling. So much my goatee grows in gray now. He's not an owl either. He's clearly a Raichu.
I was the Pink Princess and the Pink Badge all in the span of 2 days. Talk about busy. But it's alright because I got a letter from my beloved Edgipoo. Please take care of your hip. And when you wish to speak, first take off your headpiece. What does he mean by the last statement? It's not like I enjoy being under a headpiece every time I see him. I've been an alien and then some creepy fuzzy pink animal, and then I was the Pink Princess, a great hero of justice ever since a young man who started wearing the mustache out of my head all around someone. Went, oh god damn it, you win, bitch, I give up. Damn it!
Fuck! Game, set, old bag. Damn it! March 17th, 4:33 p.m. High Prosecutor's Office's room 1202. No, it's not a tie. That actually puts it a win in her favor. I beat her earlier, which brought it to a tie. She got me. She got 1 up on me overall for the count. Just didn't have it in me. I feel so much better now the trial's over. As always, legal prowess was top-notch, sir. The hammer... Wait. Yeah, nothing beat the look on Mr. Alba's face when you revealed the ring's secrets. I was amazed. You're like a totally different person when you step into a courtroom. Yes, Edwards is always 10 times fiercer in court.
Based on the information Mr. Alba offered up, they've begun large-scale operations to claim the rest of the ring, which I'm happy to leave to Francisca and Agent Lang.
Yeah, so what are your plans now, Kay? Yeah, defeated by Old Bag in the end. Damn it. I mean, I guess she kind of earned it. That hot dog was the winning piece of evidence in the end. Oh, well, we've taken care of the creep who killed my father, so I'm not sure. Hey, I know, maybe I'll just, keep on being Mr. Edgeworth's assistant. Hey, you still trying to steal my job, pal? Just kidding, just kidding. I can't steal something so important to you, Gummy. Ah, what a relief.
Okay.
Yes?
Even after all that's happened, are you still planning to become a great thief?
Of course. But I don't want to tarnish the legend of the noble Yatagarasu, so I'm going to hold off on doing anything until I make a tight 3-person team of my own. Oh, for the love of God, Kay, please vet them thoroughly. So thoroughly. We know how the last one ended. Yeah, 3-person team? God, no, it's not us. It's not us. A 3-person team of young beauties the same age as me, if possible. Okay, okay, that's definitely not us.
With those criteria, I highly doubt you'll find the 2 other people you need.
Did you just imply no one's as good looking as her? My father chose to fight for the truth. I think that's what was so noble about him. Oh god, Maya and... oh no. Maya and the science girl. Oh no. Criteria met. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, the only things I will ever steal are the truths that have been hidden away. Okay, Maggie and Rhoda. I'm gonna work extra hard to make a world where the Yatagarasu isn't needed. Let Rhoda design the outfits. They'll see us coming from a mile away.
Let's both strive for such a future.
Well, I guess it's time for me to get going.
I see.
Okay, keep your chin up and stay strong, okay? And don't be a stranger. Don't worry, I'll be back. I'll be sure to break the lock on the window and sneak in.
If you could, I would appreciate it if you came in through the building's front door.
It's okay, Mr. Edgeworth. The lock on my window at home has been broken forever. Oh, one last thing before I go. Let's take a group picture, just the three of us. Yeah, commemorative photo. Every big cake sits down with one. Oh, please tell me that in the second game that photo is on the back there with his stuff.
No.
Hey, why not? Don't tell me you're camera shy, Mr. Edgeworth.
Of course not, Detective.
Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm like totally taking the picture now. The damage that K, Maya, and Emma could do together? Right, I want that. Yeah, Mr. Edgeworth, you can't run away from this, sir.
Hey, Detective Gumshoe. I will dock your pay, goddammit. Stop that! I can't be seen doing that!
Okay, totally taking it now. Say cheese. Peace signs? Peace signs? Is it Edgeworth throwing peace signs?
And thus the long tale of the KG8 incident came to a close.
Show me.
It saw the demise of a smuggling ring and the birth of a little great thief. But there is little time to rest and relax, for I am eager to tackle the investigation into a new case. The reason for my eagerness is my want to pursue the truth and my want to believe in the strength of those who use the power of the law for good. As someone who has chosen to live my life as a prosecutor, that is my new creed.
Alright, that's frickin' adorable.
Hands off the cravat.
Oh god, Kay, Maya, and Emma doing a case with Larry, Meekins, and Old Bag. I think I just died a little inside. And maybe a little bit outside. He can't be seen smiling. It's too close to a smile. I must grimace and look stern. Oh my god, we did it. Oops, and then I spilled my tea. Fortunately, not too much. And not onto anything important. Holy shit, that was, wow, that was a long case. I'm really glad I did the extra half hour yesterday, because otherwise there would have been a further half hour today. So we managed to do it with just 2 extra half hours. I can take that, that's good. Especially since I think, yeah, I even cut one of the days half an hour early too, technically, so not bad, not bad. I do admit, I do actually like Edgeworth as a protagonist. So I've got the second game as well, obviously, and I'll sit on that for some point where it's worth streaming. You're welcome, Razor. Thanks so much for hanging out. And as is the case for the series, since people enjoy them, I will just continue to sit on them until we slowly, bit by bit, get to them. I will take to heart what everyone has said about the good and bad of the second game. And I will let chat manage the big top, apparently. Maybe with this character development, he loses the need to sound very important. Oh man, by the end of it, I don't even think it was technically VIP. It kind of like, I couldn't maintain the VIP bite for that long. And that's definitely meant more for short-term jackassery than for long-term case solving. Like Edgeworth as a protagonist more than Phoenix, to be honest. His personality is more pronounced. He's much more funny when he breaks. I mean, yeah, Phoenix's... His personality, for the most part, from what I saw in the first game, is just a guy who's maybe a little bit dumb and a little bit lucky and kind of gets stepped on. As someone put it, his health bar is how much shit the judge will put up with, versus I feel like Edgeworth's is how much humiliation he can withstand for his mistakes. In that case, I let Chet carry will be most. I'll let everyone get in on that Nigma, because it sounds so bad. I wouldn't want to deny anyone the chance to backseat that god awful mess, from what I've gathered. Oh my god, yes, Phoenix is a little bit Ichiban. I don't know who that makes Edgeworth comparatively. Not Adachi. Ish. Kind of Adachi-ish. That's a dangerous line of thinking. Every answer is the badge. Oh, good. It's Twitch plays Ace Attorney. The badge. The badge. Show the badge. Show the badge. Having Edgeworth Yagami. Probably closer. Probably closer to that. All right, so this actually does alter our schedule for the week in a very good and useful way for me. So I'm going to go ahead and flip things over. Not to that. I had scheduled a backup day. Oh, I see you there, idiots. Gotta do it. All right. Be fed to the chair. Your sacrifice is appreciated. Chair Thulu is sated until tomorrow. What's Pretty Boy's name again in Like a Dragon? Which Pretty Boy? There were a few. Do you mean Jungi Hot? Because he was probably the prettiest boy there. Alright, so. This works out well. Tomorrow, since we are done Ace Attorney investigations, what I'm going to do instead is we are going to do the demo for Metaphor. I've been following that since they originally spun that studio up years ago. Very many years ago at this point. And we'll take a look at that, and then that's going to give me the weekend to basically feel out the community and vote and determine whether or not we want to commit to actually playing through it, because it will not be a short game. But I personally really want to play it, so I want to see where that aligns with the community's feelings, and that'll kind of help me determine the remainder of the October and November before I go on break in December. No, it's not a short game at all. It's going to be the size of Persona 5. They've clocked it at about 80 hours for main story and around 100 for main and sides, which means realistically, given streamer time dilation, it will probably come close to the original 154-hour playthrough we had of P5. And that is basically what I'm calculating everything around. So the fact is, if we do decide to run it, that first day, well, as it happens, I have a tiny bit of vacation time and a long weekend, and I'm probably going to do a 24-hour launch cast. Just go wild. Get 6 shows worth of time in up front, and then we'll work from there. All right, so on that note, thank you everyone for coming out and joining me for the end of Ace Attorney Investigations. I hope you've enjoyed the game. I hope you've enjoyed me shredding my voice to try and handle it. I don't know why I thought there would be slightly longer periods of me not talking as much, but it's been just days of me talking nonstop, I swear. Oh my god. So, we will pick things up tomorrow with a look at the Metaphor demo, and I will see you then. Have yourselves a wonderful rest of the night. Take care. And this is Zero out. See you later.